What's up, motherfuckers? Alright, I am slightly late getting on. I got up a little bit later than I expected, and I had a few things I needed to handle.
Oh gosh, you figured it out.
Damn it.
Come on, buddy. Yeah. Thanks, Tony. The dainty little bite. Good boy. Got some chicken snack. Delivery service. Somebody's going to send me like a little casserole kind of board for that one.
Oh.
Also, I can reach out and one of these brothers decided that you guys no longer matter. Only trees matter.
Alright, just rechecking some tabs before we go into doing what I need to do for me.
There we go. Stitch! Terrible. I know. Isn't it fine? I know, it's beautiful. Absolutely stunning.
Alright, that's still way too goddamn loud.
You know what? And that's all it says. I will save the game. Save the game. Thank you for
Going old school right now. Going back to the roots. How it started. With man.
I have to buy Andromeda on my 5. I have to buy Andromeda on my 5. That way I've got all the games, because I might actually sell my PS4 and all my games I got on there. And if I do, I'm going to have to rebuy a bunch of shit. And that's fine. I don't mind that.
What do you guys think? 10 out of 10 base building string? Listen, I went in planning to do something.
Oh, I wonder if it turns on. I was wondering if I turned it on. I can't remember. I turned it off. Go ahead.
What's up, motherfuckers? So we're moving on down through all the side quest stuff. Then I'm gonna go get Liara.
The only one I've seen so far that this asshole.
Oh yeah, no, y'all are getting fucking railed. I saw that. I was like, damn.
Really tempted. Just further it. What are you doing? Just get closer. Jesus.
Yeah.
Waste all my
I looked at
spheres
it.
on you.
Dang. You would have redeemed it instead of
He's
something.
doing it.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Dude.
That's like your favorite thing. Now you want it. It definitely is for you. Oh God. Oh, that's stiff.
Oh,
That is a big step.
we did get a bunch of shit done yesterday, though.
I do not easily resurrect and easily upgrade.
Like, we got a whole bunch of shit done yesterday.
What it does is it'll show you the potential of the mouse as well as
I did like 3 quests that I only got because I went to a system where the quest was and I got notified about it. I did the Cerberus quest. I did missing scientist quest. I did a bunch of shit.
those guys over there. I just went through the water and apparently started a freaking tsunami. Jesus. Leave me alone. Those guys hit freaking hard. I just want this guy. Stop it.
God damn it. Twitch pisses me off so much sometimes. Sitting here trying to do what I gotta do.
say you get one more chance.
All right.
We're back. Green guy that came back. Hi. Nothing just like on my side. My bitch was there. We're back. Okay. Stream next up. Okay. I was really because everything's still connected on my side. Interesting. But OBS didn't. It's not OBS. It's not. What happened? I don't know. Are we still here? Do you see me? Are we still here? Testing. Yeah? Yes. You think? Governors on stream. You're not on my stream. Okay. Well, no. I'm definitely still here. Unless did I very temporarily disconnect?
All right, just trying to get this.
Ooh, maybe I did disconnect for a second.
Start a stream done.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I'm not. Maybe my game's gonna crash. So what's it telling us to show? Like, it's not letting me find things. Yeah, my game's huge.
Also, as a reminder, if you are legally eligible to vote in this election, please do so. More so than any other time in the history of this country, your vote matters extremely. And it is more important now than it has ever been for you to vote. Just saying.
Are we still here? Can you still hear me? Testing. Are we still good? Are we still here? Yep. Just me. You can down the game down like we can hear you. That's weird. What happened there? That's really interesting. It must be like a really temporary disconnect. Maybe? Well, OBS literally did not disconnect. I kind of can't get back into the game just to like kill the fish for half an hour. What should we do now?
God damn it.
What should we do?
Pokeballs out, folks.
Animation that sounds too strange. Undertale? Dude, like, it used to be like long gaming that time. It feels like Delta Wheels. Wait, did that even reset? Did my Twitch thing reset? Let me check. 8 failed? Holy shit, I feel like I the first time when I tried it. Oh shit. Nice. That's really frustrating. Look at that shit. That's right. Everything on there. Is the look of my the thing you got ready for me. Wait, show me. That's really crazy. I'll play one. I'll play one. Jump on the team. Let's see what happens. Something went wrong. It did. The game. Yeah, no. Do you want to watch the match? The game when they come. games didn't crash. Where this game, it was still showing like 2 hours. Watch my temperatures. It was a nice test. I don't think I'll make a stream soon because it was really painful to play because the game itself just isn't very tunable. And it's nice to know that I can play a game that big. I think that's what they're supposed to say. Super. It's like a solid 30 minutes. Let's be a good stream. Let's check my shit out. This is nice that I wasn't my PC is still living? Oh. It's interesting. Because YouTube will crash. YouTube will crash. So, Cheetah, well, you have set up? That is interesting. Okay. I wonder if, because I was jumping into it afterwards, I may have just had a slightly if I could have a test match over before I do. Anything else? I'm looking at this like
Alright, we should be just about ready to really get into playing here.
honestly, I think I'll stick to do one more. streaming to my PC is running on the 18th. So as soon as I start, my PC is already dropping. I'm already in like the lower 70s, lower 60s. It's good. It's good. It's reality. Avengers. Hoodies, what it is. Yeah, this is your environment could be again. I guess if it's a memory set, just reflect on that. And then like change to a second, down for a second. Like very because like now it's faded. Where's my key? So far it's like exclamation mark. This one? Is that the stuff again? Just let you know. We have been 8-ish. I won't look at my unfortunately. Not sure what hold on, what is this is DCGL, International specifically
Alright, I need to go back to Citadel for that one. Artemis Tau Cluster. Macedon System. I think Artemis Tau is up here if I remember right. Alright, who do you want me to bring with me? For this one, I think we'll do... Alright, let's get some Pokeballs in the chat.
just shows that even now I put like a bunch of things into section really
point.
Alright, some kind of machine parts there.
You must die!
This ties back to conversation I had on the Citadel. Alright, next we'll take Rex and Garrus because I love that team.
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
We saw your ship. Fidan wants to speak with you immediately.
Who's Fidan?
He's our leader. He needs your help to prepare for the Geth. They're making another push. Please, up the stairs past the freighter.
Those Geth are bloody dangerous.
Glad to see some soldiers. Our numbers are getting thin.
Ready.
The Geth will surely kill us all. How is a woman supposed to think with guns going off all around?
Another.
I fear the Geth will kill us all.
The Geth can't be allowed into the heart of the colony. This work must be completed.
Stop the Geth.
They're coming. They just keep on coming.
Oh, Commander. I'm glad they finally sent somebody to help us.
You're a bit late, aren't you?
Arcelia. Sorry, Commander. Everyone's on edge since...
Watch out! We've got Geth in the tower!
Protect the heart of the colony!
We've got Geth in the tower!
Protect the heart of the colony!
Commander, I believe we're going the wrong way. The tower is behind us. We should update Vidan on the situation before we move on to wherever the Geth are bunkered. He's the closest thing left to proper channels. The tower's secure, thanks to you, Commander.
I'm just glad your colony's safe.
I appreciate your concern and your efforts against the Geth.
They may have been slowed, but they'll be back. They always come back.
What do they want?
If you want answers, go ask them yourselves.
We don't know what they're after. They came, they attacked us, that's all we know. Their main base is at the ExoGeni headquarters. A good place to start looking if you want answers.
What's ExoGeni?
It's the company most of us worked for before the attacks. They fund this colony. The Skyway leads directly to Exogeny headquarters. You can't miss it.
Of course, there's an army of Geth between here and there.
I didn't expect this would be easy.
Then maybe I can get this colony operational again.
What can you tell me about the defenses the Geth have set up?
I don't have any details, but I'll wager it's a lot more fortified than the command post.
They landed at least one Geth ship at Exogeny, and I've seen large walking tanks on the Skyway. Expect a hard fight.
What do you need done to get this place back on its feet?
We need those Geth destroyed.
Arcelia's right. There are still Geth in the tunnels. We also have more mundane problems like food, water, and power. I'm not sure where we stand on those matters. You should talk to the people overseeing them.
Is there anything I can do to solve your water shortage?
Maka Doyle has been assigned to that particular issue. If you have any insight to offer, please speak with her.
What's wrong with the colony's power supply?
May O'Connell is working on our power problems. She'd know more about it than I do.
You mentioned something about a food shortage.
Davin Reynolds
Ooh,
is
a
tasked
snow
with
run.
securing food for the immediate future. If you can assist, please speak with him.
Do you have information about Geth in the lower tunnels?
Nothing new. They're in the tunnel somewhere, likely guarding a transmitter to coordinate attacks. It's not a critical threat right now, but getting rid of that transmitter will help us defend against further attacks.
Let's talk about Zeus, Hope, and Pharos in general.
Of course, Commander.
Tell me about your colony.
Life is hard and often brutal, even without our current problems. Colonial affairs back on Earth told us we'd be beneath the notice of any raiders. I guess they weren't counting on the Geth. But, despite everything, there's something tranquil about this place, unlike anything I've experienced before.
How big was the original Pharos colony?
We were nearly 1,000 at the main site, 200 more at my outpost. When the first wave obliterated our defenses, we fell back to Zeus' Hope.
The Normandy isn't huge, but we could airlift you out.
The Geth fighters are too dangerous, and I won't be driven off this world. It is our home. There's a chance for growth here that's simply not available on other worlds.
What else can you tell me about Exogeny?
Exogeny funded this colony. Without them, we wouldn't be stuck here.
They specialize in colonization. In return for bankrolling the colony, we work for them. Their main goal is the retrieval of valuable artifacts or resources.
Except there isn't anything here. Or if there is, we didn't find it.
I wonder if that's what the Geth are looking for.
Perhaps. As she said, we never found anything of value.
Of course, the Geth could know something we don't.
I'll talk to you when I learn more.
Good luck.
My headache.
You'll have to forgive my wife. Calantha's not in her right mind. She just needs to relax and accept what's happened.
What do you do for the colony?
I'm a medic. Or I am since the doctor died. I've tried my best since she was killed.
Do you know anything about this planet?
Just what I was told by Colonial Affairs. It's a little different from what they claimed. It's not all bad, though. When the Geth are gone, we'll have a chance to create something even more spectacular than before.
What happened to your wife?
The constant attacks have strained us all. She'll adapt. We all have.
Is there anything I can do for her?
No, she just needs time. Time to absorb everything. We'll be fine.
Tell me about the colony.
I can't tell you much about that. You'd best ask Fidan if you really must know.
Why can't you tell me? I just want to know about the colony.
Fidan is our leader. Who better to answer questions about the colony?
I have to go.
Hello, Off-Worlder. I'm glad that we aren't totally forgotten by the rest of the galaxy.
Dear, please try to rest. You're not ready to speak.
But they should know. Yes. That's better.
Is there anything I can do for you?
I'm fine. I just need to try to think clearly. It's just a lingering pain from the last attack. I'll be...
I can't see any significant damage, but something is clearly causing her pain.
Please, just let her rest. She just needs rest.
It hurts so much when I think about what we've lost.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong beyond the Geth on this colony, huh?
You're the one who repelled that last wave. They'll be back. And if the Geth don't kill us, we'll die of hunger soon enough.
Are you doing anything to remedy the situation?
I need to boost rations with Varen meat, but it's too dangerous. The Alpha Varen, he's huge and he's mad, rabid maybe, totally uncontrollable. I can't do anything until he's dead.
I have a ship. I could bring in supplies from off-world.
I'd rather you concentrated on the Geth. Food won't help us if they breach our defenses.
Tell me about Zeus Hope.
The colony is growing, or it was. But you should speak with Fidan. He is our leader.
Why should I speak with Fidan? Why can't you tell me?
I don't want to talk about that right now. Speak with Fidan.
Tell me about yourself.
What's to tell? I came here with my wife Greta, looking for adventure, a new life together. This isn't exactly what we signed up for. Of course, it would be much better without the Geth. We were really starting to enjoy the colony before they came.
Tell me about hunting Varen.
Hunting them is impossible while fending off the Geth. On the positive side, they'll attack anything, even those damn synthetics. The big Alpha Varen is the real problem. He's mad, erratic, completely unpredictable.
I have to go.
So long.
Yeah, there's Nothing fucking wrong here, folks.
Nice work with those Geth. Glad you showed up. I still need the power cells for this generator, though.
Would it help if I brought in some power cells from the Normandy? We can certainly spare a few.
The top-of-the-line ship doesn't use the same parts as the old generator we've got. The cells just aren't compatible.
If I find anything while I'm looking around, I'll send it your way.
Thank you, Commander. I appreciate it.
I'm sorry, but I can't stop to talk. I have to deal with the water shortage.
Is there anything I can do?
Hey, Carvuro! What's up?
Fall under Geth control. Find the mains and turn them back on. Until then, this colony is dry.
I don't know where you're at in this game, but
I have a ship fueled and ready to go.
let's just say I'm a ways in.
Unless you plan to make a trip every few days, that wouldn't really solve our problem. We need to be self-sufficient.
You know where to find the problem with the water.
The colony can't afford to lose any more of us. We're just too vulnerable.
You're very focused on the water despite the constant attacks.
I can't think of anything else. So much has happened. Hurts.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong here, folks, other than the Geth attacks. I tell you what.
I understand the discomfort she feels. The threat is very real.
Tell me about the colony.
We are a small group, part of a larger colony. Before the Geth attacked. You should speak to Fiden. It's his responsibility. He knows the colony best.
You know where to find the problem.
The colony can't afford to lose any more of us. We're just too vulnerable.
What do you know about this planet?
I am not the one to ask about that. Ask Fiden or one of the others.
Tell me about yourself.
I'd rather not. This is not the time.
Oh, I ain't got no pressure. I love doing this.
Help us or don't. Otherwise, leave me to my work.
I have to go.
I wish you luck.
Ugh, they're still out there, but at least they've been...
Not the best shot, but I'll do what I can.
Alright, Codex, Journal. What? How's there more? Oh. There's that. Yeah, I'm good with the Inferno rounds. We'll let that have high explosive. It's actually a good one for that. We'll give that sledgehammer to. For you, I want high explosives. I need the kinetic coil. Because you're my big upfront smash 'em. We're going to switch you off to tungstens, scram rail, kinetic stabilizer.
Commander, I was told to make my supplies available to you if you wish.
Goodbye.
Yes, good luck. Is there something I can do for you? I'm told to make all my goods available.
What can you tell me about Zoo's Hope?
A fascinating place by all accounts. Though the Geth have made it treacherous. You might like it here too if you gave it a chance, Commander. I never thought I'd stay in one place for long, but here? I will stay here.
This place is barely holding together. Why stay here?
I can't give you an answer to that, Commander. At least not one that you would comprehend. Why not try asking Phi Dan? Maybe he can tell you what I can.
How do you keep things in stock in conditions like this?
My list of consumers has shrunk significantly since the attacks, and few of those have time for shopping.
What's a Solarian doing on a human colony?
This Solarian goes where the credits are. Or I did. A well-stocked freighter can be a profitable investment on a new colony. But once I was here, I decided to stay on. The colony life grows on you after a while.
All I'm going to say is there's certain hints in the speech patterns you should be catching here that will help make all of this make sense. And if you're not catching them, I don't know what to tell you.
What's your name, Solarian?
My full name is Goratu Heranon Maldinest God Inost Ledra. Humans usually employ surname and given name only. Inost and Ledra in my case.
Why's your name so long?
We are named for our origins. Goratu is my homeworld, Heranon my clan's country, Maldinest and Got are the city and district where I live.
Let me see what you have.
Of course. I may be able to provide a few interesting.
Alright, first thing I go for is always the licenses. Always get the fucking licenses. Sniper rifle is really the only thing here I care about.
Is there something I can do for you? I'm told to
Let me see what you have.
Of course.
Work must be completed. You're the commander of the ship that just landed.
What do you know about the colony?
We just arrived a short time ago. It seemed like any other colony at first, but it's different somehow.
What do you mean?
It's hard to explain. It's kind of like... I can't describe it. You should speak with Phi Dan. He knows the colony better than me.
What do you do here?
I'm just watching over the ship, making sure she doesn't get any worse. Nothing else. She's good for hiding in when those Geth come over the walls.
It looks like you're monitoring something.
No, well, just ship diagnostics. It's nothing. I should get back to it, but Phi Dan what's the report on... I should go.
Maybe I can help you. What are you trying to diagnose?
No, thanks, really. Now, please, I need to get back to work. I can't be distracted. Please go. Hunger will weaken us, and
At least we've got a chance to regroup.
Commander, what can I do for you?
Some of the colonists are acting strange.
We're a close-knit group, Commander. Most of us have lost loved ones, friends.
These aren't trained soldiers. Nobody taught us how to deal with the horrors of war.
This is our home. We've watched the Geth slowly destroy everything that is important to us. Don't judge us too harshly.
I'll talk to you when I learn more.
Good luck.
I'm grateful for what you've done, but your heroics don't impress me, Commander.
Tell me more about yourself, Arcelia.
I'm a rent-a-cop. I was hired to keep kids from writing graffiti on the walls at Exogeny. Then all this happened. I wasn't trained for this. I didn't ask for it. I just wanted to end.
What can you tell me about the
Well,
Geth?
we're
Do you have any
working
idea
on
what
that
they might
part.
be after?
I can't tell you anything about that. I suggest you go to Exogeny if you want answers to those questions.
I get the feeling you don't like me.
How would you feel if you were hung out to dry by every government organization that ever promised to keep you safe? They should have sent a small fleet. Instead, we get one ship. And you're only interested in the Geth.
Tell me about Zeus Hope.
I can't tell you much about it. You should speak to Phi Dan if you want to know more.
What can you tell me about Exogeny?
Very little. I work there as a security officer. I know they were looking for artifacts and anything of value. That's what they do. They fund the colony. In return, we help them uncover buried treasure. It's definitely not as exciting as they make it sound. Commander.
Alright, we got all that shit out of the way. Now, I gotta get up, go use the restroom right quick, and then in a hurry grab me some coffee on the way. I'll be right back. Y'all hang on tight. Alright, sorry about that. Took me a hot minute.
Oh god, they're everywhere.
Dumbass. Oh, and Car. Just so you're aware. You see these weapons I got right here on my main character, Shepard? These HMWSGs. Them's about the best weapons in the game. And they cost you a pretty penny. But if you get a chance to buy them, get them as quickly as you can, these fuckers will carry you through the whole game. Like, that is just straight up. And you see, all the weapons I've got on Shepard here are all the HMWS weapons. Every single one of them. So I have the best weapons in the game on the character. The only way they get better is if I get a higher variation of the HMW than the one I currently have. Because you'll notice I've got several different ones. I got the HMWA, I got the HMWSG, the HMWP, and the HMWSR. So I got 4 different HMW weapons that I'm wielding. And this is why you see me cutting through the Geth like it's fucking tissue paper. These weapons are just that good. So any chance you get to get an HMW weapon, get them and equip everybody you can with it. But be careful of, at least early on when you're able to actually start affording them, be careful of who you equip what with, and keep in mind abilities. So, like, you'll see me, I'm going to come over here to squad. Alright? So, you know the squad page is where you update, like, your powers, abilities, etc. So, you'll notice I'm going to come over here to Garrett. Garrett can use any weapon, or Garrus can use any weapon, but he's only really good with 2 weapons: assault rifles and sniper rifles. And I always keep him as my sniper, because that's where he's best at. You notice my Krogan Rex is only good really with assault rifles and shotguns, even though, again, he can use any weapon in the game. He could use all 4 weapon categories, but he's only good because you can only train him in assault rifles and shotguns. And I always have him as one of my main shotgunners. So when I go to give HMW weapons to these characters, for him, the first HMW he's going to get is going to be the sniper rifle slide. because that's what I use him as primarily. And with him, I use him primarily as a shotgunner. So the first HMW weapon I gave him was the shotgun. Because it makes sense. It's what you can train them in. It's what they get boosts and bonuses from. So you have to, when you go through the game, you have to keep that kind of thing in mind in terms of weapon upgrades, power-ups, what weapons you give them, why you give them those. You know, there's a lot of things that you keep in mind with this. But it's not too hard to figure it out. Oh, I mean, like, lore is really cool and all. Like, don't get me wrong. I like the lore and all. But when it comes to choosing what weapons for what characters and upgrades for those weapons and things of that nature, I go by what they're best used with. And again, every character's going to have, even Liara is going to have 2 categories of weapons that you can train them specifically to be good with. So that is because of that. That is something you have to keep in mind when choosing what weapons to give them, because if I remember correctly, there is also a very limited number of HMW weapons in the game. You're not going to be able to just go out willy-nilly and just get HMW weapons for everybody, and you've got 6 characters plus your main. So 7 total that you got to arm up. So you do have to be careful with it, but you want those HMW weapons. Like 100% you want those without question. They will be the best goddamn weapons you're going to get. That's just something to keep in mind a little bit. Oh, and they cost like 300,000 or 400,000 a piece. That's one reason why I say you can't just go out and get them willy-nilly. That's not how it works. They are expensive. Damn it! Garrus, get the fuck out of my way. Fucking idiot.
Looks like part of a large system. There are likely others we need to activate as well.
Trying to shoot Garrus's giant ass was in my way.
We should keep looking.
Also, keep an eye on how much gel you've got, because there's going to be certain missions and whatnot that you run across where it'd be easier to do it with the gel versus just trying to hack shit. So one thing I would recommend doing is any upgrades below a certain thing, once you get to a point where you get better upgrades, just start turning them into exogel. That way you can keep your exogel supplies up, as long as you're not trying to make money to get like HMW weapons or something like that. You have to find that balance, and it sucks. It's not easy, but it is necessary. Oh yeah, this guy. I remember you.
Don't want to go down there.
What's back there?
I could tell you everything. How would you like that? That was a good one. Very intense.
What's the matter with you?
Just invoking the Master's whip helps remind me I'm still alive. You're here for the Geth, aren't you? You're not the only one interested in those things.
Who else is looking for the Geth?
Not looking for, looking to get rid of. They're a thorn in the side of the... Trying to get to the...
Let's go. He can't help us.
Is there anything I can do to help you? Do you even want help?
Help me? No. No one can help me now. I'd rather die fighting!
I've been through this game a time of 3. I've been through all these games a time of 3. I know the missions. I know, like, all the shit, pretty much. Like, if you ever get stuck, you just come to me and I could probably help you figure it out. But these games are usually relatively straightforward.
Fighting what?
Not that kind of fight. It's like running through a thorn bush. The more you struggle, time's up. Company's coming. Ask Faidan. Ask him about the... Ah!
Look out.
Motherfucker, you can't hide from me. The fuck you doing?
I won't. I can't.
Alright, let's get some Pokeballs in the chat. Come on now, let's get them Pokeballs in the chat. Alright. Got the power cells done. I did the fucking water deal. I did the Varen hunt. Let's go back to the colony. Let's go talk to the three folks. Not sure that's the way though. I need to come down through here. Otherwise, I'm gonna get lost down there in the Geth crap, and I won't be able to turn this shit in time. You can get lost real quick in these tunnels. Come on now. Here we go. Oh yeah. One of the dudes I need to talk to is gonna be on up in here.
Hello again, Commander.
I killed the big Baron. The rest are yours.
Excellent. I'll organize a hunt when the immediate threat of the Geth is gone.
Fork over the reward so I can get back to more important things.
Of course. I don't want to delay you any more than I already have.
Alright, give me a minute. I'm dealing with a couple different things here.
Nice work with those Geth. Glad you showed up. I still need the power cells for this generator, though.
I found these power cells in the tunnels. Are they what you're looking for?
I knew they'd turn up eventually. Here, Fidan gave me some requisition money. It's all yours. If I can kick these power cells into place, I'll have this colony up and running in no time.
The water started running not long ago. Thanks to you, I assume. Now we just need to deal with the Geth and we can get back to growing this colony. Here, a few credits for your time. Thank you again.
Mind your word choices.
Is there something I can do for you? I'm told to make...
Let me see what you
have.
have.
Of course.
Oh, that's actually a really nice sniper. Grab that sniper rifle.
Commander, what can I do for you?
There's a guy living down in the tunnels. Is he one of yours?
That would be Ian. He's very sick.
Some of the colonists are acting strange.
We've been over this, Commander. The colonists are my...
There's a guy living
that
down...
would be Ian. He's very sick.
He seems to be more than just sick.
He hasn't been the same since the attack. We tried to help him, but he wouldn't listen to us. I can't help my people if they won't listen, Commander.
Don't you have medical supplies? Something to help him?
I wish it was that simple. Ian was a good man I'd like to have with us. Please, Commander. I'd prefer not to talk about it anymore.
I'll talk to you when I learn more.
Can't say they ain't acting all kinds of weird. Why has he got a shotgun? Bitch, get your sniper rifle. Hello, Mako.
And now to the Geth base. Something an intelligent mind expects to see.
The last batch went south. What are they looking for?
Picking up a comm signal. It's too weak to pinpoint, but there's definitely someone out.
Stop firing at me anytime now.
More on the comm. I still can't get a fix.
Any sign of movement? Lisbon could still be in there. It's only been a few days. She's my daughter. I'll wait as long as I have to.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I almost forgot about these fools down here.
We've got movement. Some kind of vehicle. Not one of the Geth.
They must be close enough to see us.
Forget them. We need to find the Geth.
That's close enough.
Relax, John. They're obviously not Geth.
Get back, Juliana. Who are you? What do you want?
Commander Shepard, I'm here to remove your Geth problem.
You see? You worry too much.
And you trust too easily, Juliana.
I'm just glad to see a friendly face. I thought we were the only humans left on this planet.
Phi Dan and some of the members of Zoo's Hope are still alive.
I thought you said they were all dead.
I said they were probably all dead.
They're surviving, but the Geth really hit them hard.
We know what that's like. Those damn synthetics are relentless.
Are we getting close to their base?
You're almost there. They're holed up in the Exogeny headquarters, just a bit further down the Skyway.
Those headquarters are private property, soldier. Remove the Geth and nothing else.
You can shut the fuck up. You know what? This is actually a great time to do this. So, we have 3 possible responses. I'm going to give you folks in chat a couple minutes. Choose the response I give this jackass. One through 3, starting at the top. As 1, middle as 2, bottom as 3. Go on ahead and make your choices now. All right. Take care of yourself, kid. All right, let's see. I think I'll go with this
I'm not
one
interested
then.
in your company's secrets.
Commander, before you go, my daughter, Lisbeth, she's missing.
They shouldn't waste time poking around. We can do a proper accounting of our casualties after the Geth are gone.
That's my daughter you're talking about. She's still alive. I know it.
I got you up and ready to go when you start streaming there, Cav.
Where's your daughter, Juliana?
She was working in the Exogeny building when the attacks came.
Oh, yeah, there were several places she could hide. For a short time.
If she's in there, I'll get her out.
Thank you, Commander. Thank you.
What was the building used for?
Oh, yeah, we repurposed that structure to serve as headquarters for Exogeny. That's mostly offices with a number of light-duty R&D labs.
Exogeny is a master at repurposing anything and everything.
The company has to make a profit somehow, Juliana. Feros is a long way from self-sufficient.
How did you get split up from the Zoo's Hope colony?
Most of us lived closer to the Exogeny building. Zoo's Hope was mostly used as a port. When the Geth hit, we scattered. Until you told us about the others, we assumed they were killed in the first wave. If we had known they were still alive, we might have attempted to join them.
They're fairly secure now. Maybe you should do that.
No. I don't think that's a good idea. We have no vehicles, and the Skyway offers little protection.
Like the building we're in now?
Listen, our best hope is to sit tight and wait for company reinforcements. They'll come eventually.
Do you know what the Geth are after?
I have no idea. We certainly haven't found anything of use. Something Exogeny is keen to remind us of.
We need to recoup our expenses. It's nothing personal.
Tell me about the colony.
We established ourselves here 4 years ago. Growth was steady until the attacks. Our biggest challenge has been the lack of resources. There's just so little here of value. Still, we were making a go of it. It was even starting to feel like home.
What brought you here?
I guess I thought this would be the start of a new life. I wanted to go where I could feel like I was making a difference. Instead, everything we built is destroyed. It's very hard not to lose hope.
Where's your daughter, Juliana?
Somewhere at the Exogeny headquarters, I hope.
Stay bunkered down until I find out what the Geth are after.
Of course. And please remember, if you see my daughter...
We ride with the attack agent.
I hope you can get us out of this mess.
They wiped out our defenses in minutes.
We're supposed to fight an enemy like this.
Just can't get worse than this.
We've been... Why build a colony if you don't intend to defend it?
The frontier is a lot more dangerous than most.
I was hoping you'd have a moment to speak with me. I've got a bit of a problem.
What do you need?
I need to retrieve some data. It's not a big job, but it pays well.
I'm listening.
Good. Poking around in the ruins has become a bit too dangerous for me.
Why do people always assume we enjoy putting ourselves in harm's way?
It's not that bad, really. All you need to do is find my console at ExoGeni headquarters and drop the data onto this OSD. It's that simple.
You're awfully quick to trust me with this.
Have you seen anyone else heading to ExoGeni lately?
I'll look around if I get the chance.
I appreciate it. That data could be worth a lot of money. Of course, this all depends on getting out of here alive.
Why work in the middle of nowhere if your skills are so useful?
Maybe I've got a bit of the frontier spirit in me. That, and the alternative is a bit too secure for my liking. Freelancers don't have to worry about security as much, so long as we keep a low profile.
I mean, it makes sense.
Tell me about the data I'm getting for you.
Plans for a few prototype mods? I'm a freelancer. Some of my mods are highly sought after.
Time to get moving.
Just keep in mind.
ExoGeni Corp appreciates
These people hackers.
Any luck finding my workstation out in the ruins?
Time to get moving.
Just keep in mind.
Like, I don't have to stop and go in there and do those little itty bitty things. I do them because, you know, usually some good items. Plus, the experience is usually pretty decent. dumbasses.
What are they up to? There's no point to this unless they're looking for something.
Yeah, some of these move forward areas can be a little hard to see, especially when the lighting for the stage is the way this is. But I also like exploring everything too, so like I'm an old school RPG player.
Damn it!
And something I learned a long time ago is try to explore
I'm so sorry.
every area as much as possible. Make sure you get whatever you can get.
You're safe now. But why were you here in the first place?
It's my own fault. Everyone else was running, and I stayed to back up Dave. Next thing I knew, the Geth ship latched on, and the power went out. I was trapped. I tried to get out, but the way was blocked.
We'll get you out as soon as we find out what the Geth are after.
It's not the Geth. It's the energy field they put up. They don't want anyone else getting access to the...
I'm here for the Geth. It's very important that I find out what they're after.
I don't know for certain, but I'm guessing they're here for the thorium.
What's a thorium?
It's an indigenous life form. Exogeny was studying it.
Oh, that's awesome.
What else can you tell me? Do you know where I can find this thorium?
I might be able to, but not with those Geth crawling around everywhere. Look, we need to get out of here, past that field.
Any suggestions?
No, not exactly. But I think the Geth ship is powering it. I've noticed the Geth laying power cables everywhere. You can follow those cables, but there's Geth all over the place.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm just a research assistant for Exogeny. I came here with my mother. I don't even know if she made it out alive.
She's with some others from the colony. She's safe for now.
She's alive? Oh, thank God. I thought I was the only one left. Please, Commander, just get that field down so I can see my mother again.
Why do you think the Geth would be interested in the thorium?
It's just a plant. I don't know why the Geth would care. Exogeny was studying it, but I don't think they found anything special.
Or they didn't, you just ain't high enough to find out.
I don't know that much about it. I think it's some kind of plant being. I know it's very old. Thousands of years even.
Tell me what you know about the thorium.
I really don't. I know it's very old. Thousands of years even. Oh, here, take my ID. This should get you past any locked doors. Good luck with that field.
Alright, yep, that's just going back to where I came in from.
want to review protocol.
I am unable to comply. Please contact your supervisor.
Damn it! Tell me what I want or I'll blast your virtual ass into actual dust!
Please contact your supervisor for a level 4 security exemption, or make an appointment with...
Stupid machine!
If there is nothing else, please step aside. There is a queue forming behind you for the use of this console.
Bad Krogan.
Exogeny Corporation reminds all staff that the discharging of weapons while on company property is strictly forbidden. Welcome back, Research Assistant Elizabeth Bainham. What can I do for you?
How do you know I'm Lisbeth?
Your access card identifies you as Elizabeth Bainham. Is there something you require, Dr. Bainham?
What information was the last user attempting to access?
Fetching data. The previous user was attempting to access details on the study of subject species 37, the Thorian.
Tell me everything you told the Krogan.
I was unable to provide the previous user with any relevant data. Aside from lacking proper access, there has been no new data available on species 37. All sensors monitoring the observation post at Zeus Hope have been inactive for several cycles.
What does Zeus Hope have to do with the Thorian?
Species 37 is located within the substructure of the Zeus Hope outpost.
Tell me everything you know about the Thorian.
The Thorian is a simple plant life form that exhibits a sentient behavior uncommon with other flora. Through dispersion and the eventual inhalation of spores, it can affect and control other organisms, including humans. The Zeus Hope control group has yielded interesting results. Before sensors went offline, almost 85% of all test subjects were infected.
Are you saying Exogeny knew its people were getting infected?
It was deemed necessary to assess the true potential of species 37.
That's why they were acting so strange.
You should contact Joker.
Joker! Come in, Joker! Damn it! That field's blocking us.
We've got to drop that shield and get back to the outpost.
VI, what can you tell me about the Geth ship and the field it's generating?
I have limited data on the Geth. They have effectively blocked all sensors within the facility. I have detected unusual power fluctuations, but am unable to determine the source.
What do you know about the Geth?
I have no specifics on the Geth as they relate to this facility. All sensors have been purposely decommissioned since their arrival.
I want to know about Exogeny Corporation.
Purposely decommissioned. That's an interesting choice of words.
Expansion in the new galactic economy, funding colonial development, and securing resource rights to ensure our progress as a species. Further inquiries regarding company policy may be directed to Consumer Information Services during regular business hours.
Who's in charge here? Who organized the research?
All decisions about local resource analysis and acquisition are made by on-site management, deferring to the board of directors only when seasonal quotas are missed or exceeded. Individual employee records are confidential.
Tell me about the Thorian.
Species 37 was discovered several weeks ago when a small team was infected with spores while examining ruins near the Zeus Hope outpost. The outpost was quarantined immediately, and study of the infection began. Within 21 days, 58% of colonists exhibited altered behavior. Within 28 days, 85%.
What's the size of this thing?
The Thorian appears to be a diffused creature. Its cognitive abilities are centered in large nerve bundles, but it receives data from kilometers of meandering tendrils. We have discovered bundles approximately 1 meter in diameter, but these seem insufficient to coordinate the massive sensory potential it possesses. It may simply process such stimulation slowly, or perhaps there is a nerve cluster of a greater magnitude we have not yet encountered.
Is it intelligent? Can I reason with it?
The Thorian does not exhibit the focused behavior of a predator. The release of spores is an act of survival, not aggression. It does trigger
Pokeball's
advanced
out.
behaviors in the humans it enslaves, but we have yet to discover whether it recognizes or is capable of recognizing humans as more than tools. It is sufficiently alien as to defy classification at this time.
Do you know how the creature controls its slaves?
The will subversion manifests as intense pain if directives are ignored. The effect is severe enough that subjects are soon conditioned against even minor thoughts of rebellion. Observation suggests the Thorian views its thralls in a utilitarian way. Care is apparently taken to avoid injuring them, much as a craftsman avoids damaging his tools. As long as no action is taken against the creature's objectives, the subjects are free to pantomime a normal existence until specifically tasked with something.
Where's the center of this thing?
The Thorian is present as a weave of tendrils across much of the lower surface of Ferris. Observation of enslaved subjects suggests there may be key clusters that are tended by thralls. Unfortunately, direct observation of species 37 is limited, or non-existent.
Please access my personal files.
Elizabeth Bainham, Research Assistant, Biomedical Division, Security Level 4 exemption. You are currently under probation due to disagreements with management over established company policy. These sanctions may be lifted if your next evaluation is more agreeable.
What triggered the probation?
You were marked as combative about the operations of the Zeus Hope project, specifically regarding the handling of the infected colonists. As a result, you were tasked with monitoring the safety of the colonists for the duration of the observation.
That's enough for now.
Going to standby mode.
Let's check the other flaws. Damn things can't be perfect.
This place seems almost peaceful. Do you think the guy from using this room is some kind of religious temple? This place seems almost peaceful. Do you think the guy from using this room is some kind of religious temple?
get old. You get old, brother. Wait, what happened? Let me make a different save.
Alright, give me a moment. God damn it. Come here. There we go.
They go and look at me like, yeah, you can leave. Well, to be honest, I didn't want to take this over there. I'm not taking it. But this Olympic are so bad. Years and I mean, I just stayed because I like it. But there's some sides to me that didn't do it. Extra Presley. Who's Presley? Hello, hello. I am very strong. Thank you. The buy rate stays steady, you know. CPU usage is very low. I hope the quality. Can you see? Can you make sure that the vertical screen is working? That you can see the difference or not? The different qualities. If you can do that for me. There is something that I hate that fight. Yeah, let's talk about it. Oh, and it allows it to change to the different qualities you have to level up as well. You have a few levels. Full training. Yeah, actually on that ability I remember a little bit of it. Gary's got so much. Yeah, Gary, you need all the help you can get, my friend. This is you, Taco. This is you. Is that you? this is not a diss, by the way. Garrus is a super cool guy, like lore-wise, combat-wise. He's supposed to be good. He gets much better in the later games. But right now, we've been struggling with his ability to actually fight very well. So, check the capacity. Garrus. Okay, so he's good with assault rifles.
Alright, we're actually gonna mod that first. What else are you? Assault rifles. And then assault rifles and shotguns. Going. Pokeballs in chat, please. Hello, ship bro.
Not now, Shepard. Take out those hostiles.
Not now, Shepard.
Here's what I was looking for.
This claw is identical to the last. We'll have to keep going.
There we go.
Exceptional, Commander. The fields will be down. We can go deal with this Thorian creature now.
This was my kind of mission. Kill a bunch of Geth and end things off with a huge crash.
Keep your guard up. There still might be a few Geth inside the base.
I repeat, Normandy to shore party. Are you reading? Anyone there? Normandy to shore party. Come on, Commander. Talk to me.
Is that you, Joker? What's going on over there?
We're in lockdown here, Commander. Something happened to the colonists. They're banging on the hull, trying to claw their way inside the ship. They're freaking out.
They can't do any real damage. We're on our way back. Just hold your position.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll just wait right here for you, Commander.
This place will be crawling with Geth in a minute. Keep together and we'll get out of here in one piece.
Time to clean this place now.
Well, yes. Yes, it is. Okay, yeah. Nope. Going the right way. By this point, you should be putting the pieces of what's going on here together. Alright, I do need to run to the restroom really quick and grab me some coffee, so if you will kindly just bear the fuck with me for a little bit, I'll be right back. Y'all hang tight. Alrighty then. See how many of you beautiful motherfuckers we got in here. We got Goliath and Chipmunk Blaze. I'm actually thinking is a bot. Oh shit, Deadly Nightshade came in with a raid. I did not see that. Thank you, Miss Nightshade. And thank you to Sailor Kitty Gaming and Carvuro. I still don't know exactly how to fuck to pronounce that. For the follows from yesterday, or last night rather. Appreciate that. Alright, I've almost got all my stuff caught up that I need to catch up, so give me just a few more moments.
We should get out of here. I don't think this place is safe.
I need some answers. You knew more about the Thorian than you let on.
I was afraid. I wanted to stop the tests, but they threatened me. Told me I'd be next. When the Geth attacked, I stayed behind to send a message to Colonial Affairs. I tried to tell them where to find the Thorian, but the power cut before I could send the message. I never meant for this to happen.
Where's the Thorian?
The Thorian is underneath Zeus Hope, but the entrance is blocked. The colonists covered it with the freighter just before the Geth attacked.
But why are the Geth after the Thorian? What could Saren want with it?
Well, it does have unique mind control capabilities. That's what Exogeny was interested in.
Normandy to shore party, come in.
What is it, Joker?
We're getting a lot of Geth comms chatter. Looks like they're headed your way.
Thanks for the heads up, Joker. You heard the man. Let's move out.
I'm coming with you. I might be able to help. Undo the mess I helped create.
If you're willing to discuss settlement terms, I'm sure we can reach an agreement that works for everyone. I'm representing myself today. His smile lightened slightly. Easy prey. Well, that's certainly your right. Though I should warn you, family litigation can be complex. You might want to consider I'll manage. Thank you. You returned to the plaintiff's table where my parents sat. Mom leaned and whispering something. Morrison nodded, glancing back at me. Like pity. Judge Harrison took the bench. Case number 2024 CV 8847 Rodriguez.
You can't do this, John.
Everyone shut up! Let me think.
What's going on? You won't get away with this.
Get her out of here!
Get away from her, you son of a bitch!
Lisbeth!
Damn it! Come out where I can see you! All of you! Shepard, damn it. I knew it was too much to hope the Geth would kill you. I found some interesting facts about you in the exogenic database. I know what you did on Torfin. There's no reason for this to get bloody.
What do you think you're doing, John?
Communications are back up. Exogenic wants this place purged.
This is a human colony, John. You can't just repurpose us.
It's not just you. There's something here far more valuable than a few colonists.
You're after the one unique thing Theros has, the Thorian.
The what?
It's a telepathic life form living under Zeus' Hope. It's taking control of the colonists there. Exogeny knew all along.
You won't get away with this, John.
So you keep saying, but nobody's gonna miss a few colonists.
You've gone way too far. This ends now.
If that's the way it has to be, heck, come on, come on!
He returned 2 minutes later, his face ashen. Mr. Morrison, Judge Harrison looked annoyed. Are you ready to continue?
As if we don't have enough problems. Now we're shooting each other in the back.
It's my fault. I knew what was going on, and I didn't do anything.
Don't you start. You do good work, and you know it. So what now, Commander?
Contract due to this case. The defendant, Ms. Chin, is the CEO and sole owner of Chin Solutions. We've been representing her company for 4 years while simultaneously...
I need to find out why the Geth are after the Thorian.
The colonists won't let you near the Thorian. They die first. They're under its control.
Against your own client without knowing it. We had no idea that Rachel Chin and Chin Solutions were connected. She never disclosed. It's not her job to disclose, Mr. Morrison. It's your job to check for conflicts of interest in the case. This is legal malpractice 101. Mom found her voice. What is he talking about?
What else am I supposed to do?
There's gotta be another way.
I own a software consulting firm.
I think there is. You could safely use a nerve agent to neutralize the colonists.
Like a gas grenade.
Releasing clouds of nerve gas doesn't seem like a particularly good idea.
It's not like it's weapons grade. The insecticide we use in the grow labs contains trace amounts of tetraclopine, a neuromuscular degenerator. If their nervous systems are already weakened, it may act as a paralyzing agent.
If we must consider it, drop it in a concussion grenade.
Sounds good. I'll do what I can.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Commander.
The judge's sarcasm was cutting. Mr. Morrison, you've wasted this court's time with fabricated evidence and a conflict of interest so obvious it borders on negligence. Motion to withdraw is granted. However, I'm also ordering you to submit a written explanation for how this happened within 48 hours. Yes, Your Honor. Mrs. Rodriguez, Mr. Rodriguez, you have 10
Any luck finding my workstation out in the ruins?
I managed to find the data and transfer it to your OSD.
That's very good news indeed. Thank you.
Just give me my credits and I'll be on my way.
You bet. Thanks for all your help, Commander.
Marcus had pulled out his phone. Clearly googling. His face went white. Oh my god. Did she? They wiped out our defenses in minutes. As one of the top 10 CEOs under 40. There are articles. She spoke at that conference in Singapore. Dad read the phone reading. His expression cycled through disbelief, shock, and something that might have been fear.
Maybe
Judge
we can free
Harrison
our friends
banged his
out.
gavel.
I have to help them. It's my fault this
Mr.
happened.
and Mrs. Rodriguez, find legitimate
It's
counsel.
almost time,
Withdraw
isn't
this
it?
force. I want out of the courthouse. Behind me, I can hear my family in frantic discussion. Morrison trying to explain. Mom's voice rising in pitch. My phone rang. Jennifer, it's done, she said. Morrison and Associates received formal termination papers. Their managing partner called me personally, apologizing profusely. Their damage control. Started writing the next orders. Explain to me. Rachel, are you okay? Just trying to sue you. $1 based on complicated evidence. These are orders. It's like me. To be true, I stopped at my got back into my office. My family was still on steps. I showed Dad some concerns.
No hitting the colonists, even if the Thorian makes them fire on us. That's what the gas grenades are for.
Very well, Commander. Let's go.
can't imagine the pain. I'm supposed to be their leader. These people trust me.
So, yes, I'm going to watch them face the consequences of
It
their
wants me
choices.
to stop you, but I won't.
You have $40 million.
Pokeballs out.
But even if I had $1 billion, I wouldn't give them anything. Not because I can't afford it, because they don't deserve it. You stood up, angry now. You know what? They were right about you. You're cold. You've always been cold. I'm strategic, Marcus. I learned that from watching Dad run his business. Cut the dead weight. Invest in what works. Protect your assets. Family business, right? He walked away. Jennifer waited until he was gone. Are you okay? I'm fine. That was brutal. It was honest. He studied me for a moment. Do you ever regret it? Not the lawsuit stuff. That was justified. But cutting them off completely, I thought about it. Really thought about it. No, I said finally. They had 32 years to see me as something other than a disappointment. 32 years to ask about my life, my work, what I was building. They never did. They only came looking when they thought I had something worth taking. Fair enough. Besides, I had it. I have family that matters. My team at Chin Solutions. Friends like you. People who see me for who I actually am, not who they want me to be. Jennifer raised her glass. To chosen family. I cleaned my glass against hers. To chosen family. 2 years have passed since the lawsuit. Chin Solutions now has 127 employees. Revenue hit $68 billion last year. We're expanding into international markets, opening an office in London next quarter. I want a house finally. A real one. Not the strategic, modest apartment. It has 5 bedrooms, a home office, and a view of the mountains. I drive a Tesla now. I wear designer suits to client meetings. I stopped hiding my success because I realized I was never hiding it from my family. I was hiding it from myself, still believing on some level that they might be right about me. They weren't. I built something real, something valuable, something that helps people and generates wealth and creates opportunities for others. I did it without them. I did it despite them. And when they tried to take it from me using the
All right, we just need to find this creature and determine what it...
not with anger,
What?
not with revenge, with strategy, with
This was
documentation.
not covered by my training.
Mom sends a Christmas card every year. I don't respond. Dad tried to connect on LinkedIn.
That does not look like any plant I've ever seen.
Marcus got married.
This may be
I didn't expect to be.
problematic.
Sometimes I wonder if they understand.
That's not wrong.
I realized that the lawsuit wasn't the problem. It was just the final proof of something that had been true my whole life. They never saw me. They saw a reflection of their own disappointment, their own fears about status and worth and success. I'm not that reflection. I'm Rachel Chin, CEO of Chin Solutions. Forbes 30 under 30, keynote speaker at international tech conferences. I'm the woman who built a multi-million-dollar company while remaining consistent. She was failing. I'm the daughter who remained calm while being sued for
Invaders, your every step is a transgression. 1,000 feelers appraise you as meat, good only to dig or decompose. I speak for the old growth as I did for Saren. You are within and before the Thorian. It commands that you be in awe.
You gave something to Saren. Something I need.
Saren sought knowledge of those who are gone. The old growth listened to flesh for the first time in the long cycle. Trades were made. Then cold ones began killing the flesh that would tend the next cycle. Flesh fairly given. The old growth sees the air you push as lies. It will listen no more.
Give me what I need, and I'll strike back at the one who betrayed you.
No more will the Thorian listen to those that scurry. Your lives are short, but have gone on too long. Your blood will...
Yo, Goonie. See you later, Thorian.
I suppose I should thank you for releasing me.
How did you end up inside that thing?
My name is Shiala. I served Matriarch Benezia. When she allied herself with Saren, so did I. Benezia foresaw the influence Saren would have. She joined him to guide him down a gentler path. But Saren is compelling. Benezia lost her way.
Are you saying Saren can control minds?
Benezia underestimated Saren, as I did. We came to believe in his cause and his goals. The strength of his influence is troubling.
She tried to manipulate Saren, but in the end, the plan backfired.
Asari matriarchs are among the most intelligent and powerful beings in the galaxy. How could one fall under Saren's control?
Saren has a vessel, an enormous warship unlike anything I've ever seen. He calls it Sovereign. It can dominate the minds of his followers. They become indoctrinated to Saren's will. The process is subtle. It can take days, weeks, but in the end, it is absolute. I was a willing slave when Saren brought me to this world. He needed my biotics to communicate with the Thorian, to learn its secrets. Saren offered me in trade. I was sacrificed to secure an alliance between Saren and the Thorian.
Saren's pretty quick to betray his own people.
He was quick to betray the Thorian, too. After he had what he wanted, he ordered the Geth to destroy all evidence of its existence. Saren knows you are searching for the conduit. He knows you are following his steps. He attacked the Thorian so you could not gain the cipher.
Pokeball's out.
What's the cipher? And why did Saren need it?
The beacon on Eden Prime gave you visions. But the visions are unclear, confusing. They were meant for a Prothean mind. To truly comprehend them, you must think like a Prothean. You must understand their culture, their history, their very existence. The Thorian was here long before the Protheans built this city. It watched and studied them. When they died, it consumed them. They became a part of it.
Around the clock with Doc and Doc. Welcome to Soccer Talk Around the Clock. Doc and Toledo's antagonistic remarks. They ultimately reach the right.
So the Thorian taught Saren to think like a Prothean. How?
The cipher is the very essence of being a Prothean. It cannot be described or explained. It would be like describing color to a creature without eyes. To understand, you must have access to endemic ancestral memory, a viewpoint spanning thousands of Prothean generations. I sensed this ancestral memory, the cipher, when I melded with the Thorian. Our identities merged, our minds intertwined. Such knowledge cannot be taught. It simply exists.
I need that knowledge to stop Saren.
There is a way. I can transfer the knowledge from my mind to yours, as I did with Saren. Try to relax, Commander. Slow, deep breaths. Let go of your physical shell. Reach out to grasp the threads that bind us, one to another.
You know, this really reminds me of the Star Trek mind meld from the Vulcans. And technically the Romulans, they have access to it too.
Another's spirit. We are all connected. Every living being united in a single glorious existence. Open yourself to the universe, Commander. Embrace eternity. I have given you the cipher, just as it was given to Saren. The ancestral memories of the Protheans are part of you now.
Are you all right? What just happened?
Requires assistance.
Responding, they have an elderly male there that's very confused, disoriented. They don't want an ambulance. They just want an officer to come up there and talk to him, see if they can maybe find the next of kin to bring him, take him home. They're not sure if he's got dementia.
I saw something. It still didn't make any sense.
You have been given a great gift, the experience of an entire people. It will take time for your mind to process this information.
What you doing, Goody?
We should get you back to the ship, Commander. Medical needs to know about this.
I am sorry if you have suffered, but there was no other way. You needed the cipher. In time, it will help you understand the vision from the beacon.
And he trails off without even finishing his seemingly confused thoughts. Foister asks Lester what day it is, to which he replies, it's 1948, ain't it?
Oh, that sounds like so much fun.
Do you know what the conduit is, or where it is?
No, I'm sorry. All I know is that Saren believes the conduit was the key to the Prothean extinction.
That can't be good, whatever it is.
You have the cipher. In time, your visions will clear. They will lead you to the conduit. I only pray you find it before Saren does.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the Thorian?
When the creature enveloped me, I became part of it. But I still don't truly understand it. So alien, so ancient. Its exact age is impossible to know. It measured time differently. 10,000 years of hibernation broken by a few frantic centuries of activity. Its mind was awesome, magnificent. It transcended all classification. And now it is gone.
Don't tell me you feel sorry for that thing.
The Thorian was a unique life form, a sentient being that lived for 50,000 years, maybe more. There is nothing even remotely like it in the known galaxy. I am grateful you saved me from a life of thraldom. Yet I cannot help but feel some sorrow for the loss of such a rare and remarkable creature.
I mean, I don't blame her.
What else can you tell me about Saren?
There is little I could tell you that you do not already know. He's powerful, he's charismatic, and he is dangerous. Once I followed him, blind to his true nature. But now I see he's leading the galaxy into an age of darkness and suffering.
I want to know more about you.
There is nothing remarkable about me. I was merely one of Matriarch Benezia's disciples. For nearly 2 centuries, I followed her, learning at her feet. When Benezia revealed her plan to join Saren, she gave her disciples a choice. Only those who were willing had to follow her. Many felt her plan was too dangerous, but I believed in her. I thought she could turn Saren away from his insanity. Instead, we joined him in it.
Now that you're free of the Thorium, what are you planning to do next?
If you allow it, I would like to stay here with the colonists. They have suffered greatly, and I played a role in their suffering. I would like to make amends.
The colonists will need all the help they can get. They'll be happy to have you on their side.
Thank you, Commander. May fortune smile upon you.
You did it. With the Thorian gone, we can start rebuilding for ourselves again. And we're free of Exogeni's threats. We're back to being just a little nowhere colony. Thank you, Commander. It'll be tough going. We'll make this a home.
You saved most of the infected. It'll take time to recover from these effects, but they'll be alright.
Hope Exogeni learned. It's nice to finally start over.
Lester continues to speak unintelligible and again tries to fall over. An officer restrains him.
I will do what I can to assist the colony in this difficult time. I am ashamed of the damage done to the lives of these people.
Farewell, Shiala.
Farewell, Commander. I wish you well in your hunt.
I fought so hard, but any thought of my own has so...
And so it's never actually silent. Rather, the medical refusal form is presented to
Except everybody. I hope everyone...
and she is basically required to sign. The officers tell her that they will make sure that her father receives medical care and treatment. Once she signs the form, instead, the officers...
I never thought I would be so thrilled to see a soldier. Forgive my previous inaction, but under the Thorian's influence, every thought was examined, filtered.
What will you do now that the fighting is over?
I may stay, try to recover my losses. I can have new supplies delivered within weeks. Perhaps the colony will survive after all.
Let me see what you have in stock.
Of course.
Thanks, Commander. It's great to be free again.
Theros will be back in shape in no time. You were a Torf, right?
The only thing I can say for that plant is...
I have my own thoughts again. Thank you.
Officer Moore says maybe Lester can get some help. He also says something in Lester's brain is not functioning. At 1:30 p.m., Oyster tells a jail CO that Lester is disorderly, that he resisted a little bit, and he's kind of loud.
Thank you for everything you
As
tried.
Lester is being removed from the patrol car, he sounds scared. He makes incoherent statements. He asks unintelligible questions, and he calls for his dog.
Finally! Damn thing's out of my hand. I could think without pain. With the power cells you brought, I can get this place up and running again. Thanks, Commander.
This is a good time to get back to normal.
TK Health employees were familiar with Lester because he was there for a prior arrest and detention just a few months prior when Lester was arrested for DUI. That charge was subsequently dismissed for lack of probable cause, but it did create a record so that TK Health did have reason to know who Lester was and what sorts of
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
Are you okay, Commander? You look a little pale.
It's that damn cipher. I'm sorry messed you up good. And for what? We still don't know where to find the stupid conduit. What a waste.
She said it could take a while. I needed the cipher. It's going to lead us to the conduit. I'm just not sure how yet.
We still have another lead, Commander. That Asari scientist in the Artemis Tau cluster, the Matriarch's daughter. She's an expert on the Protheans. Maybe she knows something.
Don't worry. We'll deal with her soon enough. Crew dismissed.
I've sent off the Pharos report, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the Council?
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
Commander, Exogeny should have told us about the thorium. It would have made your job much easier.
You might have been able to capture it for study instead of destroying it.
Exogeny tried to study it. Look how that turned out.
Perhaps it's for the best then. At least the colony was saved.
Of course it was saved. Shepard would go to any lengths to help a human colony.
Being human had nothing to do with it. They were in trouble.
Admirable. But sometimes Spectres have to make sacrifices. I hope you're willing to do that when the time comes.
Goodbye, Commander. We will be waiting for your next report.
At the time, Lester was initially restrained. However, before he was restrained, Courtney Woods failed to perform any medical evaluation of Lester, or even check his vital signs. Nor did she check Lester's head injury that he had suffered from his head-first fall into his cell's concrete bench. Once restrained, Lester appears unable to comfortably reposition himself, which further restricts normal breathing and circulation. Now in the restraint chair, Lester is put back into cell BK routine by the corrections officers and the back of the restraint chair is now facing towards the cell door, so that Lester's face and body cannot be observed by jail and medical staff. Despite Lester's substantial mental and medical health issues and alarming vital signs just an hour earlier, no one appropriately checks on Lester during the first hour of his restraint chair confinement. By 2:50 p.m., Lester had been strapped into the restraint chair for 1 hour. Despite the passage of 1 hour, Lester is not taken out of the chair. He is not given water. He is not allowed to use the bathroom. Lester remains visibly and audibly in distress. Still, Miss Woods fails to check on him and leaves him restrained in the chair. By 3:50 p.m., Lester had been strapped into the restraint chair for 2 hours. His extremities are obviously discolored. He remains visibly distressed, unable to reposition himself. Despite the serious danger of his physical and mental condition, a spit hood was put over Lester's head and face. Miss Woods and others stand around Lester, and they laugh as he suffers in that condition, despite the fact that the restraint chair manufacturer warns that detainees should not be left in the restraint chair for more than 2 hours. By 4:50 p.m., Lester had been confined in the restraint chair for a full 3 hours. Now with a spit hood over his head since about 4 p.m. Still though, nobody appropriately checks on him. Still he's not taken out of the chair at all. Still he's not given water. Still he's not allowed to use the bathroom. And still his extremities are obviously he's audibly upset and in distress. And still his medical condition remains very serious. Yet still, the jail and medical staff does nothing to help him. They don't even check his vitals. They do nothing. By 5:40 p.m., Lester has been continuously confined to the restraint chair for 4 hours, and he's been wearing the spit almost 2 months. Even after 4 hours, they still don't take him out. They don't give him water. They don't let him use the bathroom. He still has discolored extremities. He still receives no medical care or even any examination at all. Throughout the shift of LP and Courtney Woods, Lester consistently writhes and he jerks in the restraint chair and he speaks incoherently. But at 6 p.m., her shift is over, and the shift of another TK Health employee, LPN Greg Mills, begins. According to the lawsuit at the time his shift begins, he's made aware that Lester had already been confined in the restraint chair continuously for over 4 hours. Despite that knowledge, Mills fails to perform any adequate medical assessment of Lester's condition, which is now worsening. Throughout the 4-hour restraint period,
Lester repeatedly yells and continuously moves against the restraints. Though his movements were not aggression, they were desperation. He shifts, twists, and struggles in the chair in a visible attempt to breathe, relieve pain, regain circulation, and perhaps to draw attention to his worsening situation. He experiences melting panic. Denied water, he becomes increasingly dehydrated. Denied a bathroom break, Lester is forced to endure physical humiliation. These deprivations compound the medical crisis, intensifying the strain on Lester's heart and his lungs. At the same time, the restraint chair prevents normal breathing, circulation, self-regulation. Despite all of this, nobody does anything to help Lester. He's unable to move, unable to escape, unable to protect himself, unable to seek relief. He was suffering mounting, inescapable emotional terror. By 6:50 p.m., Lester has been continuously confined to the restraint chair for 5 hours. Still, nobody checks on him. Nobody checks his vitals. Nobody does anything. After 6 hours of confinement, Lester is still not taken out of the restraint chair. He's not given water. He's not allowed to use the bathroom. Nobody even checks on him at all for over 2 hours straight. During this time, his medical condition is critical. LPN Greg Mills does nothing to help Lester.
You know what I mean? Like, I have, they can't say you're good
By 8:50 p.m., Lester is still strapped in the restraint chair. Even after 7 continuous hours, he's still not taken out of the chair, given water, or allowed to use the bathroom. It's noted that Lester is speaking incoherently. He's in obvious distress. Still, LPN Greg Mills does nothing, and Lester is kept in the restraint chair for yet another hour. By 9:50 p.m., after 8 hours of continuous confinement in the chair, still nothing has been done. He's just left there in the chair with a hood over his head, no water, no bathroom. He's showing obvious signs of distress. So what do? They leave him there for yet another hour. Now, 9 hours later, at 10:50 p.m., Lester remains strapped in a seated position in the restraint chair without food, water, or even a bathroom break. Throughout LPN Greg Mills' entire shift, never contains Lester's vitals, though he would later falsely report that he did at around 11 o'clock p.m., over 9 hours after being placed in the restraint chair in booking room BK13, while still strapped into the restraint chair after 9 continuous hours of chest, waist, arms, and legs restrained, totally immobilized in a seated position for 9 hours, unable to stand, lie down, or even reposition himself. Lester stops breathing and dies. An autopsy was later conducted. In the pathologist's notes, there were areas of strokes in the brain, listing the manner of death as homicide. The pathologist states that dehydration was a contributing factor in Lester's death, along with a prolonged restraint in a restraint chair. On June 4th, 2025, McRae County Sheriff Tommy Jones issued a statement saying in part that Lester Isbell was not cooperative with staff and that he was placed in a restraint chair to help calm him. Sheriff Jones defended the jail's use of the restraint chair and the spit mask, as well as the treatment of Lester at the hands of jail staff. So after reviewing all of this video footage, some of which you've just seen, the only thing Sheriff Jones did have a problem with from his employees was when one of them gave the middle finger to the surveillance camera. So of course he immediately fired that guy. But what about the rest of them? Fortunately, several months later, prosecutors would see
What's up, Fotis?
in a movement that would anger Sheriff Jones, prompting him to rant on his official Facebook page. Most of the jail and medical staff involved in Lester's death were indicted, but Sheriff Jones was adamant that the TK Health employees were solely to blame. This is what he said. I acknowledge that certain individuals, including persons not employed by this office, i.e. TK Health employees, engage in conduct that can be viewed as negligent and must be addressed. With respect to my staff, I have personally reviewed all available recordings in their entirety. Where policy violations occurred, appropriate corrective measures have been taken. Did I or do I believe that anyone from my staff is guilty of homicide? The answer is unequivocally no. So 5 current and former jail employees were charged with official misconduct. Woods was charged with criminally negligent homicide. LP and Greg Mills was charged with false reporting. Best as I can tell from the court's online record,
Looking for supplies?
charges are currently pending and still in the initial stages, with an arraignment occurring later this month. Then, just a few days ago, on February 6th of this year, a federal civil rights lawsuit was filed by the estate of Lester Isbell against the city of Madisonville, Tennessee. Officers Foister and Moore, as well as TK Health and their employees.
Let's see what you've got.
You bet,
Claims
man.
were also asserted against the county, which were apparently settled for $1.9 million prior to the lawsuit being filed against the city officers, and the TK Health.
Game-changing reliability, game-changing innovation, and game-changing performance. It doesn't miss.
Defendants. I guess the sheriff's opinion that his employees did nothing wrong wasn't worth the paper it was written on. Less, actually. $1.9 million less. When police officers arrest someone without probable cause that the individual had committed some arrestable offense, that's a false arrest, a Fourth Amendment violation. Moreover, whether or not that arrest is justified, once they take somebody into custody, that person is now their responsibility. They then have a constitutional obligation to provide any necessary medical care and treatment of which they have knowledge about, or they reasonably should have knowledge about, that the person needs. Here, the video evidence establishes without a doubt that everyone involved had knowledge that Lester Isbell was suffering from a medical emergency for which he required treatment. That's the only reason that officers were called to security finance that day. Yet after making the decision to take him into custody, they failed at basically every opportunity to provide care for this man. The arresting officers failed, the jail COs failed. Most egregiously, the medical staff paid by the taxpayers to provide constitutionally adequate medical care to inmates really couldn't have done a worse job than they did. They not only did nothing, they did worse than nothing. They put Lester in a restraint chair only designed for a maximum of 2 hours of use on a prisoner who is not suffering a medical emergency. Then they left him there for 9 hours without checking on him, without water, without a single bathroom break, but with a hood over his head. Lester suffered an absolutely terrifying and horrible death, alone and away from his family. That the sheriff of that county didn't immediately fire everyone involved is egregious. At least now there is some accountability in the works, criminal prosecutions of those involved, as well as the civil lawsuit. On February 6, 2025, after being confined in a restraint chair for over 9 hours with a spit hood over his head, Lester Isbell died alone in a jail cell. He was 74 years old. On February 6th, Lester
My dad forgot me every Christmas until I bought a manor. My parents showed up with a locksmith. Dad held up a fake lease. You can't stop us. I smiled. Watch me. They didn't know I had filled the dark house with police and reporters, waiting for them to break down the door. Something unthinkable happened. My father, Marcus, slapped the papers against the glass beside the front door and told the locksmith to drill. My stepmother, Caroline...
Good timing, Commander. We got a transmission coming in from the Citadel. Top priority clearance.
Is it the ambassador?
It's not his signature. I think it's from the council. I'll patch it through with the comm.
The locksmith studied the signature page. The owner denied access, sir. My daughter is not the owner in any meaningful sense. She bought this place with opportunities our family gave her. Inside,
Commander Shepard, we've received information that may be critical to your mission against Saren. You didn't seem that interested in helping me before. Why now?
The Council agreed that Saren was dangerous, Commander. That was why we made you a Spectre. We only balked at unleashing the full force of the Citadel fleet against him.
Nobody on the Council wants to see you fail, so we contacted you with this latest information.
We've received an urgent message from one of our infiltration regiments in the Traverse.
You mean spies? Spectres tend to attract attention, Commander. But they are only one arm of the Council. Special task groups are often a better option for monitoring developing situations.
We currently have several infiltration units scattered throughout the border regions of Citadel space. This particular unit was gathering intel on Sarah.
I don't like being kept in the dark.
We can't have you racing around the galaxy chasing false leads, Commander. We only contacted you because we feel this may be significant.
Unfortunately, the message we received was little more than static. The infiltration team must be in a situation where they can't set up proper interstellar communications. But the message was sent on a channel reserved for mission-critical communications. Whatever they were trying to tell us, we know it was important. Considering your interest in Sarah, we thought you might want to investigate this. Find out what happened to our team. The signal originated from the planet Vermire.
I'll look into it.
The Council prefers not to become involved in the specifics of Spectre activities. We only want you to be aware of all your options, including Vermont. Good luck, Commander Shepard. We will keep you advised if we learn anything else.
I was selfish. If I agreed, I was finally useful, so I stopped agreeing. Briar Glen Manor appeared at a county auction with a leaking roof, unsafe floors, and an abandoned ballroom. I saw a training center where women rebuilding their careers could learn restoration work and live during short projects. I bought it through my company with savings and a business loan. Then the county posted a photograph of me receiving the renovation permit. Paige shared it in the family group chat with the words, "Some people can afford castles, but never have money for family." Marcus called 10 minutes later. "You bought Briar Glen?" I did. "You should have consulted me. That property has history with Open Heart." I had never heard him mention it. The next morning, a truck arrived carrying 20 metal bed frames. The invoice listed Open Heart with my address. I refused the delivery. That afternoon, Caroline emailed a press release announcing that Briar Glen Women's Foundation was providing senior residence for mothers in transition. It included a quote from me thanking Marcus for leading me to action. I told her the program and my name. People donated based on this expansion. We cannot embarrass them because you are having a territorial reaction. What expansion? A brief silence. Your father will explain. Instead of explaining, Marcus invited me to the Foundation's Christmas luncheon. I entered a packed hotel ballroom and found a painted image of Briar Glen covering the stage. Beneath it, gold letters read, "A home before Christmas." Marcus met me near the microphone. "Smile. We are announcing the largest housing gift in our history." I did not give you the manual. We will use it for one season and program ownership later. Caroline appeared beside him, silent towards the table. "Do not do this for the both of me." "You were never good at being part of a family, Clara. Do not pretend you understand how to save one." He announced that Open Heart had secured a residence for vulnerable mothers and thanked me for returning to the values I had resisted. When I refused to join him on stage, Caroline told the audience I became emotional under attention. A woman beside me whispered, "At least let the families have Christmas." I left under 200 strangers' judgment. Paige followed me out and said I finally owned something people noticed and simply did not want Marcus near it. I answered, "Then donate your condom." She returned to the applause. By morning, angry messages covered my business page.
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere.
A supplier delayed my credit application. One client asked whether I was fighting a charity. Marcus had spread the conflict across my home, my work, my reputation, and the community in less than a day. I wanted to post the deed and call him a liar. Instead, I called Nathan Hale, the attorney who handled my contract. He checked the county file and asked, "Why did Open Heart apply for a housing permit 4 months before you bought the manor?" The application claimed the foundation had leased Briar Glen for 3 years. It listed dozens of overnight residents, a kitchen inspection that never happened, and a fire review signed by a retired official. Caroline's press release called the manor a new program. The grant file called it an existing one. The next morning,
You don't have any weapon specialties.
photocopy lease between the previous owner and Open Heart. The legal description included a parcel number created during my purchase. The witness signature belonged to Evelyn Moss, a county archivist who had died before the date on the lease. Someone had written across the bottom, "Keep your name on the deed. Stop making this harder than it needs to be." Was I wrong to look at that fake lease and feel more hurt than angry? If you believe I was not selfish for refusing to hand over my house, please leave a like so I know I am not the only woman who thinks consent still matters inside a family. And if you think I handled it badly, tell me in the comments. After years of being called difficult, part of me still doubted myself even with the deed.
Logged. The commanding officer is assured.
Football's out.
Exo Presley has the deck.
Lift upstairs plumbing had been disconnected for years. No employees were unsafe. The kitchen had no working range. A shelter could not have operated there without utility use, deliveries, repairs, trash record, or one neighbor remembering children arriving. There was nothing. Beneath the pantry shelf, I found a narrow compartment. Inside lay a tarnished brass sleigh bell tied with a faded red ribbon. It was the bell from Caroline's Christmas photograph. Beside it was a cardboard case filled with campaign contact sheets. The images showed staged beds, wrapped gifts, and women posing beneath Open Heart banners. Several faces appeared printed caption read, Mia arrived with nothing but a paper bag. Open hearth gave her a room, a family, and a future. My name was not Mia. I had not arrived with a paper bag. After that photograph, Marcus and Caroline attended a donor dinner while I ate alone at home. For years, I believed Marcus hid me because Paige looked better beside the charity donor. The contact sheet suggested something worse. He had hidden me because he had sold my childhood as tragedy.
At ease. Rear Admiral Mihailovich, 5th Fleet.
Commander Shepard, SSV Normandy.
You don't know who I am, do you, Commander? I command the 63rd Scout Flotilla. You and the Normandy were slated for my unit after shakedown. And the Council got their paws, claws, tentacles, whatever. They got them on our ship and you.
I still serve the Alliance, sir. As a Spectre, I can advance our interests to the Council.
Do you still know what color your blood is, Shepard? I don't begrudge the politician's decision to throw you to the Council. It's an opportunity. I do begrudge this over-designed piece of tin.
This ship has saved our lives a dozen times over.
An exaggeration. I've read your reports. This experiment diverted billions from our appropriations bills. For the same price, we could have had a heavy cruiser. But no, we had to make nice to the Turians, throw money in a co-developed boondoggle. I'm here to make an inspection, Commander. Normandy is an Alliance warship. I intend to see she's up to snuff.
Normandy is an Alliance warship, but she's on loan to the Citadel. That means she's not in your chain of command.
I believe there's something wrong with my ears. Did you just contradict me?
This ship is Council property right now. So respectfully, please clear the gangway.
Have it your way, Commander. But expect me to file a report on this.
That's fine, but I'm not wrong.
After years of poor economic performance, ExoGeni has announced that its research colony on Pharos is finally returning a profit. New discoveries and a dedicated colonization effort have finally paid off for ExoGeni. ExoGeni's stock rose sharply with the announcement, with investors pleased at this surprising news.
Commander Shep, police have been seeing
Great, this
in
bitch.
the news. Would you answer a few questions for our viewers?
What sort of questions?
People back home have heard a lot of wild stories about you, Commander. I can give you the chance to set the record straight. What do you say?
So long as you understand that I may not be able to answer all questions.
I'm sure our viewers will understand. Humans have been trying to get the respect of the galactic community for 26 years. With that in mind, what are your feelings on being the first human Spectre?
The Spectres represent the best of every species in the galaxy. To be asked to join them is an honor.
Some have said your appointment is the Citadel throwing humans a bone. Have you encountered any situations where the Citadel asked you to place its needs before the needs of Earth?
The Council is concerned with the needs of the whole galactic community. We're part of that community now. Our needs are on their agenda, but we're one of many.
You really do believe that, don't you? You've been given command of an advanced human warship for your missions. Is there anything you'd like to say about it?
Actually, the Normandy was co-developed by human and Turian engineers. Its design incorporates many innovations, all of which are classified, I'm afraid.
So the Turians have knowledge of the Normandy that is being kept secret from the Alliance public? Do you think it was appropriate to hand Earth's most advanced warship over to the Citadel?
I wasn't aware it had been handed over to anyone. I'm in command, and last I checked, I'm human. Same goes for my crew.
Human, yes, but you do work for the Citadel now, Commander. Speaking of your new job, did the Council order you to sabotage human research concern on Noveria?
The Council had nothing to do with it. There was an accident at Binary Helix Labs. In the interest of protecting the company's confidentiality, I can't say more.
That's a surprising revelation, Commander. We've had nothing but stonewalling from Binary Helix. Given your recent experiences, do you think humanity will ever get the respect it deserves from the galactic community?
Respect's a funny thing. People always assume they deserve it. The truth is, respect is earned. and I firmly believe we can earn it.
You're an idealist, Commander, but a sincere one. I hope you're right. One last question, Commander. Rumors back home say you're tracking a rogue Spectre named Saren. Do you have any comment on that?
Ooh.
Saren instigated the attack on our colony at Eden Prime. Once his involvement was proven to the Council, I was assigned to bring him in.
That's surprising, Commander. The official line says Eden Prime was attacked by rogue synthetics. Good luck in your mission. Thank you for your time, Commander Shepard.
Hello again, Commander. I've got a proposition for you. Since you helped me get information on the crime syndicate, I've gotten a lot more backing from my publishers. I'm investigating traffic controller conditions now, and I wondered if you could help.
That seems like a step down from wide-scale corruption.
Actually, in a way, it's more important. This isn't about people getting rich. This is about safety. I've heard rumors that the space traffic controllers are overworked to a dangerous degree. I can't get into the control room, but you could. If you planted a bug inside, I could crack the story.
If you crack this story, what's likely to happen?
Ideally, there will be calls to improve working conditions by hiring more controllers and upgrading systems. The Council won't pay for improvements voluntarily. This story will provide that pressure.
What will this bug allow you to pick up?
Just audio and video. I'm not trying to tap into the traffic control system if that's what you're worried about. I just need to hear and see them in order to correlate their activity with traffic efficiency.
Everyone knows space traffic controllers are overworked. How is this news?
There's a difference between overworked and dangerous. Traffic at the Citadel has increased by 300% in the last century, but traffic controller resources haven't kept up. We already have several last-minute wave-offs per week. Do we have to wait for a full-blown disaster?
This bug you want me to plant, could it interfere with traffic signals?
Absolutely not. I made certain that the frequencies it uses won't interfere with anything.
I can't promise anything, but I'll see what I can do. Give me the bug.
Excellent. Just place it on a terminal with a good view of the area. Thanks again for your help. In the long run, this story is going to save lives.
We can only hope.
I'm on a break. Talk to someone else if you need anything. I've got a lot on my mind.
I found your brother's body. His ship was attacked by privateers.
Willem's dead? I guess I should have expected this. When his ship dropped out of contact, I just knew. But I kept hoping he might still be alive.
I figured you'd want to know the truth, no matter how painful.
You're right. It's worse not knowing. That's what they all say, at least. Please excuse me. I need to go make arrangements for his funeral.
Meanwhile, one of the officers who showed up walked around and one by
big shot. And so there was footage of the meeting itself, but that didn't survive. So what we have is just a couple short videos, which are on our website, of kind of the immediate aftermath. While you still have these bystanders saying, like, on the spur of the moment, like their present sense of the situation, like, oh my god, they were being brutal, like, what was going on there? We thought they were going to kill him. And then, you know, the others didn't know, they were really picking him up. And so, you had the cops show up. Obviously, at this point, whatever happened before this, they know that this.
God, I haven't been back here in a while.
Instead of letting him go, they take him to the hospital, where he's handcuffed to a bed, and then they move him to jail, and he's charged with several counts related to.
I can't believe I landed a job here. This place is fantastic.
And for reasons unknown, they were looking for a guy named Aaron Davison, who was wanted on a warrant of having broken into his boss's apartment, stolen some empty pop cans from this machine that he had pop in the closet, and some bottles of liquor. So the crime underlying all of this was a guy that had stolen some liquor and some empty pop cans. And for some reason, the local police couldn't find this guy immediately upon.
So they finally did it. I knew one of your kind would make Spectre one day. I only hope you're better than the one they're sending you after.
I'll do everything I can to stop Saren.
That's what worries me. Was there something you wanted?
I'll be going.
Goodbye.
Like 20% of the Grand Rapids metro area. They stopped James instead. James has brown hair, brown eyes. He's much shorter than this guy. He was 6-ish years younger than this guy. They asked him what his name was. He said James, not Aaron. None of that was enough to dispel their suspicions. Because everything else stood outside. You have a situation where James is like actually innocent of absolutely everything. There was not. It's not like they tried to stop him for jaywalking.
I know you. You're Commander Shepard, the human Spectre. Is there something I can do for you?
You're Nisana, right? I ran into your sister, Dahlia. Didn't end well for her.
What? Are you saying she's...
Dahlia's dead, Nisana, and I know she was blackmailing you.
And I was all set to try to manipulate you into hunting her down for me. But I guess that won't be necessary now, will it? You wanted your sister dead? If people found out my sister was a criminal, I'd be considered a security risk. They'd revoke my clearance, or place me on administrative leave until she was apprehended. I shall transfer a little something into your account as a token of my appreciation. I'm sure you'll find the amount satisfactory.
You're a diplomat on
Me
the way
too.
up the ranks. Could be handy to have a Spectre who owes you a favor.
You make a good point. Anyone can come up with credits, but I can give you authorization to purchase prototype Asari mods. I will get you added to our manufacturer's preferred client list. I think you'd be very interested in what they have available. Goodbye, Shepard. It has been a pleasure doing business with you.
You corrupt fucking cunt.
Dropped out of college because of all this. Obviously, the stress and cost. I mean, his parents basically spent their life savings on his career defense. The stress of it caused him to drop out of college. He actually never went back to college. But he's just a very smart, kind of autodidactic computer guy. And just by sheer force of will and how good he is at computer stuff, he has had a good career working in computers. These are white hat hackers. Companies will pay him to try to find vulnerabilities in their computer systems and in their security systems. So that's what he does.
By all accounts, this should be a easy case, like a fantastic case for a plaintiff. It should settle. It shouldn't even go to trial, but it didn't. You know, here, however many years later, it's been to the Supreme Court already one time. It's been in the federal appellate courts. It still hasn't even been in front of a jury. It's crazy.
It is. It really is. And it goes to show you, you know, we got to go the immunity doctrines are in the substance of what they accomplish. But in the fact
Let's get some Pokeballs out.
the government to stretch out this litigation so much that the only way you're going to get an attorney to do it is if there's someone like me now who does this stuff pro bono.
Alright, now I need to go run, get some coffee, and use the restroom. I'll be right back. Hang tight.
They know that if they make this costly enough, the lawyers will take the cases. And that's, I think, what we see a lot of times. I mean, there aren't a ton of people like you and me who are taking these cases regularly.
was overseas when a stranger sent me a clip.
Oh. All right, we are back, bitches.
My wife's brother, while my wife counted each fall, laughing. I saw my little son, Daddy, leaning into the camera. He stomped her hand and yelled, "Your dad abandoned you."
Best place on this board to buy up.
Welcome back, Miss Clem.
Show me what you've got.
Hey, it's Nathan. Before you settle in, I want to tell you why this one sat with me longer than most. We keep hearing that the camera is harmless, that a phone pointed at a kid is just a memory being saved. But somewhere in the last 10 years, a certain kind of family figured out that a child's worst day pays better than her best one, and that a channel is a business, and that a business needs product. This is a story about a man who was on the other side of the planet when he learned his little girl had become someone's product. She is deaf. Her first language is her hands. And people who were supposed to love her turned those hands into a bit for the algorithm. I'm not going to pretend this is an easy watch, but stay with it because it is.
There are rumors on the extranet that you've been made the first human Spectre. That's incredible.
And what happens when he stops treating a monster a fight and starts
Being a Spectre is a big responsibility. I just want to make humanity proud.
The vids are all talking about Commander Shepard fighting for all of us back home. And your grace and skill have inspired a whole legion of admirers, too. Hey, can I get your picture?
I don't have a problem with it, but why?
Are you kidding? Nobody will believe that I talked with the beautiful Commander Shepard unless I get a picture. Just hold up your gun. Perfect. Thanks again, Commander.
This guy's
I'm
a
gonna hang
little
this in my
weird.
living room. My wife will love it.
The one thing that had never made him look away was Sylvie. She was born in a hospital in Cavell, Nevada on a February morning. Marie was 9 time zones east, listening to her comment to the world through a satellite phone held to his ear by a chaplain. She failed her newborn hearing screen. She failed it again a month later. By the time Ree got home, the iologist had the word ready. Profound bilateral. And Ree had already decided the only thing that mattered was that he would never make his daughter live in a house where she couldn't understand her own father. So he learned badly at first. Then, well, American Sign Language became the second thing his hands knew how to do under pressure. He and Sylvie built a private country of two with its own jokes, its own signs that meant nothing.
Hello there. Welcome to Moorland's famous shop. You want... Oh, you will be pleased, I think. Very good things I have.
In the beginning, Ree wanted to believe that meant something. He had met Tomorrow at a wedding when he was 26, and she was the most alive person in any room she entered. The Marrows were Cavell royalty in the small way that mid-sized desert towns have royalty. A family that had turned a single furniture store into a scattering of businesses, in a name people said with a little too much respect. And Dad had grown up understanding that attention
Hello there.
was a
Welcome to
currency,
Moorland's
and
famous
the
shop.
person holding
You want...
the camera
Oh,
decided
you will be pleased, I think. Very good.
hunger for warmth. For a while, married and young and stationed far away, it almost worked. Then the deployment stacked up, and to discover the internet would give her the thing Cavell never quite had, an audience. It started, as these things do, as something anyone would forgive. A few videos of the kids, Sylvie learning to sign her name. The captions DA added were sweet. Strangers were kind. Sunny days with the Marrows, and a schedule, and a look. And Da's brother Trace behind a second camera. And somewhere in there, the family stopped filming their life and started living a thing designed to be filmed. Ree home for 3 weeks at a time felt the shift. The way he felt a bad splice in a cable, a small heat where there shouldn't be one. He asked her to keep Sylvie out of it. To said the deaf community stuff was the most important content they made. That they were representation. That Sylvie was helping kids her feel seen. She said it so smoothly that Ree, who could take apart a lie in a foreign language.
Hello there. Welcome to Moorland's famous shop. Oh, you will be pleased, I think. Very good.
Sylvie was safe. She had his sister Noelle 20 minutes away. She had her school. She had her hands. He told himself a lot of things you tell yourself when the plane is boarding. The message came at 0300 local. 11 months later, Ree was in a plywood operations hut with a headset on one ear, running comms for a night movement, when Teddy Kwan slid a phone across the table without a word. Teddy's face was wrong. On the screen was a video, 3 million views from an account Reese didn't recognize. A rip. Someone had ripped it off the member's page, and it had escaped. And the internet was doing what the internet does with something it can't look away from. The basement of the Marrow compound. Bad light. Good enough. A short flight of stairs and his daughter at the top of them. Reese would spend the rest of his life not describing what happened next, so I won't either, except for the parts that convicted people. Trace was there big and grinning at the lens the way he grinned at everything.
Alright, Pokeball's out.
She was counting. Every time Sylvie went down the stairs, she said a number, bright, delighted, the way you'd count a toddler's steps. And Trace would set her at the top again, and Do would laugh and say the number. And the comments Ree could see scrolling were tipping. Not now. Coins, real money, more with not now. At the bottom, on the fourth number, Sylvia looked straight into the camera. Her hands came up. She was shaking, and her signing was small and fast, and half the internet thought she was just crying with her hands. Ray's read it in a quarter of a second, and it took a piece out of him he never got back. Daddy would find me. Trace stepped on her hand. Deliberate, casual, the way you'd step on a bug you were bored with. And he leaned down into the lens and said the line that the whole ugly clip would be named after. The line that a lawyer would one day read aloud in a courtroom, so quiet you could hear the stenographer breathing. Your dad abandoned you. Crime work, sweetheart. It pays. Reese did not call the police. Not first. He would think about that choice for a long time. He'd been trained to make the first 90 seconds of a disaster count, and his training told him the truth about the next hours. If he called PD from a base 9 time zones away, a report would be taken. A car might roll by a mansion owned by the most connected family in the county, and by the time anyone with a badge convinced a judge that a viral video was a crime scene, the Marrows, who deleted, edited, and monetized for a living, would have scrubbed every server they owned. Evidence was signal decayed, and the Marrows were very, very good at making signal disappear. So Reed did 2 things in the first 90 seconds. He called his first sergeant, Cyril Boas, a mountain of a man who had buried 2 of his own kids and did not blink at emergencies. And while the phone rang with his other hand, he opened his laptop and began quietly, methodically, the way he taught 19-year-olds to do it under fire to save everything. Every copy of the clip, every mirror, the account that posted it, the Sunny Days channel, the members page he never had the password to, but whose front door was public. He wasn't looking at it as a father anymore, or he was trying not to. He was looking at it as a network, and networks have a shape, and the shape tells you where the money sleeps. Boaz picked up. Retold him in 4 sentences. There was a silence, and then Boaz said the only 4 words that mattered. Go. I've got here. The flights took 31 hours. Reed did not sleep for any of them. Somewhere over the Atlantic,
Hello,
he stopped
Commander.
being afraid and became
Show me what you...
colder and more useful. And by the time the wheels touched down in Reno, he had a plan that had nothing to do with his fists, though his fists were ready, too. His sister Noelle was waiting at arrivals with her jaw set.
Hey, photos coming in with a raid. Appreciate that.
And she'd spent the 31 hours doing the one thing Rhea had asked, not confronting anyone, just finding Sylvie. It hadn't been hard. The Marrows weren't hiding. That was the part that would take the country a
That one might actually be good.
They weren't hiding at all. Sylvia was at the compound on camera in a video posted 6 hours after the stairs, captioned, "Sis is fine. Haters mad, LOL." A bag of frozen peas taped to her hand while Trace mugged for the lens. She's got a hairline fracture in 2 fingers, and they filmed it 4 times. Noelle said in the car, and her voice cracked unfilmed. Ree, what are we doing? Tell me we're not just anything. Ree said, we're going to do this so it holds. Drive to the hospital, not the compound. The hospital first, because the first move in taking apart a machine is never the machine. It's the one part the machine can't afford to lose. And the Marrows, for all their servers and shells and lawyers, had made a single catastrophic mistake. They had left the evidence alive. Getting Sylvie was not a rescue. Ree wanted it to be. He wanted to drive through the front gate and carry his daughter out of that house. And every cell in his body was built to do exactly that. Instead, he sat in a hospital parking lot and made phone calls because a man who kicks in a door loses his daughter to a custody fight. And a man who walks in with the right paper keeps her. The right paper came from full Ada Bio.
My second raid for today, which is fucking awesome. I love it. Welcome to fucking bitches.
And had exactly 0 patience for the argument that money made a family safe. By noon, she had walked an emergency motion in front of a judge with the viral clip queued up and a pediatrician's preliminary read on SYLV's x-rays. And by, Reese Denman had temporary emergency custody of his own daughter and a police warrant to enforce it, which is a very different thing from a cop rolling past a mansion. To met them at the compound gate with a camera. Of course she did. She had done her makeup. She stood in the frame in soft afternoon light and told her 4 million followers that her military husband had come home unstable, that he was traumatized, that he was trying to tear a loving family apart over a joke that the haters had taken out of context, and she cried, and she was good at it, and 40,000 people would leave hearts on the video before the night was over. Trace filmed from the side.
Let's see. Let's go back to Citadel Tower.
Never once in his life been made to sit down and wait. Ree didn't say
already getting readings. This is gonna make a great story. Thank you so much for your help. Here, this is everything I've got from my publisher's budget.
So, go down the list and shout out everyone you brought in with you.
It was no problem. Good luck with your story. It deserves to be heard.
I appreciate your support. I hope this will save some lives in the long run. Thanks again for your help. I'm going to show this to my publisher.
And then it arrives anyway. She ran. She hit him at the knees and her hands came up against his chest and made the
Alright,
on the stairs. Except now it had a different tense.
we'll do that next, but first...
3 taps on the back of her hand. I found you. They kept the cameras rolling the whole time. That was the thing we couldn't get over. That even now, even as a deputy carried his daughter's overnight bag out to the car, the Marrows were...
First, I want to go back to the ship.
It wasn't that they didn't understand what they'd done. It was that they had stopped being able to experience anything that wasn't footage. They had turned their own lives into products so...
Coming up in a report later today, Emily Wong investigates corruption on the Citadel and uncovers a full-blown crime syndicate.
And she signed a question with her hurt hand held carefully in her lap. And it was the question that decided everything that came after. Are they going to do it to the next one? Until that second, let himself think about a next one. Now he couldn't stop because a channel Sunny Days doesn't run on one child. It runs on the promise of more. And the Marrows had cousins, and the network that had other families, other basements, other kids whose worst days were somebody's...
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
2 fingers taped, asking with her hands whether her suffering was
Log.
going to be afraid.
The commanding officer is aboard. Exo Presley stands relieved.
Still a soldier in Soldier's plan. He started to think about how the hospital gave him the first...
Because this... make this a much faster process.
Most people don't know exists until it saves them. And she did not treat Sylvie's fingers as an isolated event. She ordered a skeletal survey. She read it herself. And when she called...
Oh, we got,
she showed him what a body remembers.
Miss Jordy Marie.
A healing rib, a months-old fracture in the other wrist, the small, quiet history of a child who had been heard on a schedule and filmed on a schedule and healed just enough to be hurt again. This isn't an incident. Dr. Verma said, this is a pattern. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Injuries have dates. And if their content has dates, too, they have dates on everything. Reset slowly. It's a business. Businesses keep records. He drove home from that appointment with the whole shape of it finally clear. And it was worse than he'd feared and better than he'd hoped, because a pattern isn't a thing you can prove. 2 timelines that give the same answer are almost impossible to argue with. Bone remembers a server doesn't lie unless someone makes it, and we knew how to make sure no one got the chance. That night, after Sylvie was asleep in Noelle's spare room with a nightlight shaped to moon, we called an old number.
I don't remember the name That Me Espresso. I'm assuming that the person changed it at some point.
Crimes against children and the money that moves around them, because Isaiah had learned the same lesson we had, and the 2 trails braided together into a rope you can hang a whole organization with. Talk to me, Isaiah said, and we talked. And when he was done, there was a long breath on the line. You already saved the public stuff, Isaiah said. It wasn't a question. Everything I could reach. Channel mirrors, the members' front page, the shell name on their merch store. It's a company called Goldfinch Holdings that cashes the checks. That's not a family. That's a structure. A structure means somebody built it. Isaiah said, family vloggers don't set up holding companies.
Hello, Percy Jackson.
Reese, do not touch that house. I mean it. You go in there and swing. You're a guy with a custody dispute in a temper. And every lawyer they own will bury you and get Sylvie back. Let me get paper. Let me get a warrant that reaches the servers. You build me a map. Let me drive. And Ray, who had spent...
Hello, Mr. Lord of Lords Johnsons.
...is the discipline before it. Said the hardest word he knew. Okay. But okay is not the same as nothing. Okay just meant the fighting would be quiet for a while. The map got bigger the more we looked at it. And it stopped being about the Marrows. He worked at night at Noelle's kitchen table with the patience of a man who had once spent 6 weeks characterizing a single enemy radio at one signal at a time. He wasn't hacking anyone. He didn't need to. The Marrows had spent
Lord Tyrion. Welcome in.
trained to find the enemy's order of battle in exactly that kind of exhaust. Who posts when, who tags who, whose logo appears in the corner of whose video, whose brand deal is really a payment for something else. The logo in the corner was Marigold Media. On the surface, Marigold was a management company for family and kids creators.
See if I got that one right. I did. Matarid. Welcome in.
Gave talks about authentic family storytelling, and it built a stable of a dozen channels, all of them featuring children, several of which had over the years quietly imploded amid rumors that never went anywhere. We pulled the thread of those dead channels.
Hello, MPH.
They didn't fail. They were harvested. And then Meryl would push the family gently with data with graphs showing exactly which videos performed toward content that was a little sharper each month, a little crueler, because cruelty retained and retention was revenue. And when a family finally burned through a child, or a child got too old, or a parent got a conscience.
Hello, Pathetic Space. I haven't seen you in my chat for quite a while.
And the burned out ones were left holding the shame, while Vale kept the machine. We found the burned out ones. That was the part Isaiah couldn't do with a warrant. Not yet, but her father could do it with a phone and a reason to be believed.
Hello, Mustang. Hello, probably Jax.
Then it was gone and Coraline was broke and divorced, and nobody believed her about any of it. Because who believes the mother let it happen? Reyes believed her. He drove 3 hours to sit at her table and let her talk, and he recorded none of it because the point wasn't to use her. The point was to learn the machine from someone it had already chewed up. She told him about the milestones Vale set, about the members' tier, the vault they called it internally, where the real money was, where the content was too much for the open platform.
Stone Support, welcome in.
She told him the vault was where Sylvie's stairs had lived before someone ripped it. She told him Vale kept the second set of books.
The Low-Key Pro.
Channels instantly if they'd seen what the vault held. So Mara Gold ran the vault on its own private infrastructure off to the side invisible. It's in the house. Coraline said they always keep it in the house. The servers,
The Rejected Ronin.
so no cloud company ever flags it. That's the leash.
I love that name. I have an appreciation, a great appreciation for Asian culture, which is where we get the word Ronin from. Hello, Game Lounge, TTV.
Isaiah could get a warrant for the mirrors. But the moment that warrant existed, someone, a friendly clerk, a bot deputy, one of Grover's many favors, would whisper, and the vault would go into a fire pit, and Merrill would be a management company with clean hands and a dead channel, and Roderick Vale would give another talk about authentic family storytelling. The evidence and the danger were the same object. To seize it, you had to be inside before anyone knew you were coming. And a warrant, by its nature, announces itself, unless the people in the house invited the whole world in themselves. The idea arrived the way the best ones always do.
Patty melt. For some reason that name amuses me.
Heroes could not stop performing. They filmed everything. Their entire identity, their income, their sense of reality, ran through a live camera and an audience. They had a members only stream that went out from that basement on a schedule, straight from the machine that held every terrible thing they'd ever made. What if the machine broadcast the truth for once? Reese took the idea to Isaiah and to Fola and to a young woman he had not yet met, but was about to because every machine has someone inside it.
Alright, there we go. Need to get shoutouts done.
19-year-old video editor named Beeks Corley. Bex had been hired to cut wholesome family content and had spent a year and a half learning what that phrase actually meant. She was the one who received the raw footage. She was the one told which cruelty to leave in because it tested well. She'd started keeping copies 8 months ago, not because she was brave, but because some animal part of her knew she'd need proof someday that she'd known that she hadn't been able to make herself pretend. When Ree found her through Coraline, through a careful, quiet week of asking, she didn't run. She'd been waiting for someone to ask her the right question. And the right question was simple. Do you want to keep being the person who cut it? Reese asked her. Or do you want to be the person who ended it? Beeks gave them the map of the inside of the machine, the stream schedule, the layout of the basement studio, the fact that the vault drives were mirrored to the live rig, a single system because Vale was cheap and Trace was lazy, which meant the box that broadcast the member stream was the same box that held every dated damning file. She gave them the fact that on the first Friday of every month, the Marrows ran
Looking for supplies?
Q&A from that basement for their paying subscribers. Cameras hot, doors open to the audience and to no one else.
Let's see what you got.
Friday was 6 days away, and so Reese Denman, who had refused to kick in a door, began to plan the one time he would. They spent the 6 days building it in operation because it was one. Isaiah's task force could not run a sting on a hunch, but they could be ready to receive evidence. And there is is a specific, boring, beautiful legal difference between the two that Fola explained to Ree twice until he could feel its edges. If the Marrows themselves broadcast a confession and their own footage live from their own account to their own audience, that was not the government searching a home. That was a public transmission freely made that agents could lawfully capture. And if in the same window a warrant already sworn on the medical evidence and the financial structure was executed the instant that transmission began before anyone in that house could reach for a delete key, then the vault would be seized while it was quite literally showing the world what it was. The timing had to be perfect. The trigger had to come from inside, and it could not look arrayed until it was won or the drives died. Meeks was the inside. Reese was the trigger. Isaiah was the receipt. Reese spent those 6 days doing two other things. He sat with Sylvie every morning and every night, and they signed, and slowly the small, fast panic in her hands eased into something that could sleep. And he built on paper and then in his head until he could walk it blind. The exact geography of the Marrow basement, the door, the bolt, the position of the live rig, the run of the power, the one cable that carried the stream out to 4 million people. He didn't plan to hurt anyone. He planned, if it came to it, to be unheard, which is a different thing. And he planned above all to control the one resource the Marrows had never once let out of their grip. The narrative, the edit, the final cut. On the last night, F.A. called him and asked the question a good lawyer has to ask. You know, you could hand all of this to Isaiah and stay home. She said, you don't have to be in that room. Why do you have to be in that room, Ray? Ray thought about the fourth number, about a small pair of hands coming up
Looking for supplies?
message for a
Let's see what you
who's
bet.
too far away to hear it. About 4 million people who had watched his daughter fall and called it a joke. And the smaller, worse number of them who had paid to watch worse because she told the camera I'd find her, he said. And the camera's how they hurt her. I'm going to make the camera how it ends. She needs to be able to watch it someday. And know the saying, I that filmed the worst thing filmed the last thing. That's not revenge. That's just closing the loop. F.A. was quiet for a moment. Then she said, don't say anything in there you wouldn't want a jury to hear. I'm a signals guy, Reese said. I never say anything. I let the other side transmit. The first Friday came up hot and clear over Cavell. And in the evening, the Marrow compound's basement filled with the specific false brightness of ring lights, and Trace ran a comb through his hair, and checked her lipstick and a phone, and Grover settled into the leather chair he liked because it read as authority on camera, and the live counter for the members' stream began to climb. 2005-8. The paying faithful logging on for their hour with America's favorite family. Somewhere in a van 4 blocks away, Isaiah Poe watched the same counter climb on a laptop and put his hand on the door handle. Somewhere upstairs, a 19-year-old editor named Meeks coolly pretended to fix a lighting glitch and with hands that shook only a little, unlocked a door she had been told to keep locked. And Reese Denman, who had crossed an ocean for this, walked down a short flight of stairs into the room where his daughter had been made into a product and reached
Pistols and shotguns.
behind him. For a second, nobody understood what they were looking at. On the stream, for million subscribers saw a man walk into frame, tall, calm, dressed nothing, holding nothing. Trace half rose, grinning by reflex, already narrating. Well, okay, we got a visitor, guys. Da's face did something complicated as she recognized her husband. Grover's hand moved slow toward the console, toward the one button that mattered. Ray's had already unplugged it, not the stream, the kill switch. He'd found it in the geography in his head. The fat red emergency stopped the Marrows used to cut a broadcast if a moment got away from them. And he'd pulled its cable on the way in, so that the one thing they could not do now was stop transmitting. Leave it running, Reese said quietly. He wasn't talking to them. He was talking to the 4 million. You paid to watch. Watch. What happened in that basement over the next 11 minutes has been described by a lot of people, most of whom weren't there. Here is what actually happened, because I think it matters that people know it wasn't what the Marrows tried to claim. Reed did not touch anyone at first. He stood between the family and the machine, and he talked to the audience, and he told them the truth in the flat, exact voice of a man reading coordinates. He told them the little girl they'd watched fall down the stairs was named Sylvie, that she was deaf, that the sign she'd made into the lens was, Daddy will find me, and that he had. He told
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. XO Presley has the deck.
Trace lunched then. He was bigger than Ree and used to being the biggest thing in any basement. And he came across the room fast with his hand already balling into the fist that had stepped on a child's fingers. Ray's put him on the floor. I'm not going to dress it up because Ray's never did. It
A Solarian excavation team has run into an unexpected problem after unearthing a Prothean dig site. Hanar protesters have blockaded the dig site, claiming that artifacts of the Enkindlers, as the Hanar call them, should not be disturbed. The excavation team has appealed to Hanar representatives on the Citadel to reach a diplomatic solution.
In his own studio, what the floor fell from Sylvie's height. Reed never hit him again. He didn't need to. He made his point to the only witness that ever mattered to this family, the lens. And then the door at the top of the stairs came off its hinges, because that was the 90 seconds.
Emporium and the Presidium.
Down into the light with a warrant in his hand and 6 people behind him. And whoever Marrow reached one last time for a delete key, that federal fingers closed over first. The stream stayed live for another 90 seconds before someone...
Should be the financial district.
A million people watched the seizure tags go on the drives. They watched us stop performing finally, all the way her face emptying out into the plain animal fear of someone who has just understood that the audience was never her friend. They watched agents carry the machine up the stairs. The last thing the members of Sunny Days with the Mirrors ever saw on their beloved channel was a federal evidence sticker being pressed onto the side of the
only thing I have left to take.
off camera saying, bag the whole
Hey, holy shit! Holy shit, I haven't seen you in a while, brother. How you doing, Scotsman? You missed my birthday, you son of a bitch.
I don't care what you think, Michael. It's my decision.
I know you're hurting, Rebecca, but don't let your grief hurt your baby, too.
Can I help with anything?
Perhaps you could talk some sense into her.
I don't need anyone to talk sense into me, Michael. I'm not undergoing the treatments.
My sister-in-law here is pregnant, and she's refused to let the baby undergo
You
gene
should
therapy.
be, you meanie.
I'm certain that she has a good reason. I'd like to hear both sides.
My husband Jacob died from a rare heart condition several months ago.
There's a chance that the baby could develop the same heart condition, but routine gene therapy can eliminate it.
A very small chance, Michael. And extranet reports say the therapy could harm the child.
It's less dangerous than the genetic enhancements that every soldier in the Alliance receives.
What are the chances that your child will develop the heart condition?
According to the doctors, there's a 1 in 50 chance. And if my baby develops the condition, medical treatments are available.
Which are nowhere near as effective as simply getting the gene therapy.
What are the chances that gene therapy could hurt the baby?
Up and alright, more or less.
But extranet articles say there could still be long-term complications we don't know about. Don't you understand? If my baby is that 1 in 300, I will always wonder if I killed my baby for nothing.
Alright, chat. I'm gonna give you 3 options here. Or rather, the game is. 1, let her choose. 2, get the treatment. 3, never mind. Take your pick. I'll give you about 2 minutes or so. It's certainly one of my favorite game franchises, Scotsman. And I have all 4 games. I've been seeing reports that a 5th is in development, so we'll have to wait and see. All right, under a minute.
Sylvie was quiet for a while, thinking the way she thought, and then she signed a question that her father would carry for the rest of his life. Did they hear me? She asked. On the stairs when I said you'd find me. Did anybody hear me? And Reed, who had spent his whole career being the man who heard the signal everyone else missed, took his daughter's healed hand in both of his and gave her the truest answer he had. For a million people, he signed. For a million people heard you. And then your dad turned their own camera around and made every one of them watch him keep the promise. She thought about that, and then she smiled and made the small sign into his chest. Okay, that's the end of the story part. Let me sit here with you for a second, because I don't want to leave it on the trial and walk.
See, here's what I run into with Andromeda, and I run into this with a lot of franchises. I run into it with Transformers. I've run into it with He-Man. I've run into it with a bunch of stuff. Andromeda was, by and large, about the best sequel to the trilogy that we could have gotten. And it was an amazing game. What I've noticed is that most of the complaints I've seen about Andromeda don't really hold a great deal of water. What I've noticed is that people complain about Andromeda because it wasn't another copy and paste of any of the original trilogy. And that's what people, I think, were wanting or expecting or both when Mass Effect 4 was announced. They wanted another copy-paste of the original trilogy. Instead, what we got was so much better. We got an entirely new game that opened up an entirely new bit of the lore, a new section of the universe. Like, it was a completely new, entirely original Mass Effect story. But people wanted a copy-paste of the original trilogy for Mass Effect. Or at least they think that that's what they want. So they never gave Andromeda a chance. Now, I'm going to admit, I went into Andromeda expecting what everybody else expected. A copy-paste of the original trilogy. Just another installment. But if you think about it, especially if you got all the DLC content and were able to make the only decision in Mass Effect 3 that really meant anything, which is also the canon decision to make, that basically ends any possibility of continuing that storyline at all. It does. It ends the possibility, realistically, of continuing the storyline that the first 3 games gave you. We need Andromeda, and we need to continue in that vein with future Mass Effect games. Because realistically, the canon choice that you make at the very end of Mass Effect 3 basically completely forecloses any possibility of continuing that storyline. It does. You don't have to like it, but you need to goddamn well accept it. There's really no place else to go once you make the canon decision in Mass Effect 3. The storyline is dead at that point. Whether you like it or not, that is the truth. And I understand that. And there are fans of the franchise that also understand it. And those fans of the franchise, as few as we are, we give Andromeda all the due that it's earned. And we consider it perhaps the most underrated title in Mass Effect. And you know, there are easy ways that Liara could be in Mass Effect in the Andromeda storylines. Just because Liara is going to be in the story, assuming that's true, does not mean that that story will continue the story here in Mass Effects 1 through 3. That is not a guarantee, Scotsman. Until if and when we actually get concrete details of the storyline, we cannot definitively state that, oh, Liara's in the story, therefore it has to be a direct sequel to Mass Effects 1 through 3. We can't. We do not know that. All we know is that allegedly she's in the story. And also, remember, Liara is a fucking Asari. And by the end of Mass Effect 3, she's only a couple of 100 years old. Asari can live for a millennium or more. And Andromeda is only set, I think, like maybe 500 years after the events of Mass Effect 3. So, her being brought into the Andromeda storyline, it's pretty easy to fucking explain, especially considering, and I have to say this for anyone in here who doesn't know the story and doesn't want a spoiler for Mass Effects 1 through 3, I'm about to give a spoiler for a character storyline in Mass Effect 1 through 3. If you don't want to hear it, mute your mic for the next couple of minutes. That said, here's the thing. We know in either Mass Effect 2 or 3, Liara becomes the Shadow Broker. We know this, for those of us who have played that. So, she would have access to information and technology from everybody. It would be very easy to write her into the Andromeda storyline. And the Andromeda storyline has so much that can be done with it. Because the Andromeda storyline is separate, although tied in, to the storyline of Mass Effect 1 through 3. It's easy to fucking tie Liara into those stories. So I will wait to see. Matter of fact, known details for Mass Effect 5 for the storyline.
Mass Effect 5 will connect the original trilogy to Mass Effect Andromeda. The storyline will feature the return of Liara to Sony and an N7 protagonist, exploring a post-Reaper war world with a revived dark energy plot and potential remnant.
Okay, so I am going to read what a quick Google search gives me, just the top entry. And what it says is that Mass Effect 5 will bridge the gap between the original trilogy and Andromeda. So it's not a continuation per se of Mass Effects 1 through 3. But it's also not it's not going to be not a continuation. It's that weird gray area between a sequel or continuation and a non-sequel or continuation. It will deal with a post-Reaper war, although if you've played Andromeda, you already know that the Reapers are still out there. That not all of them died or were reformatted or what the fuck ever at the end of 3. So, Reapers are probably going to make a comeback in Mass Effect 5. Just like they did in Andromeda. It's part of the storyline. Just set in a new area where we get to learn so much about the Reaper's history, which is, to me, perhaps the single most important and interesting and fun element that Andromeda gave us, is we actually got to do a deep dive into the lore of the Reapers. And I love that. I also love the new species that Mass Effect Andromeda gave us. I'm hoping Mass Effect 5, whatever the official full title ends up being, will also give us a new species. Maybe a few new species. That would be incredibly fun and interesting. But it also says it does confirm the return of Liara, which is fine. We already know she's the Shadow Broker at that point. And also apparently a brand new protagonist, just like we got in Andromeda. Now, that was one of the biggest complaints I hear from fans across the spectrum with Mass Effect, is they hated the new protag in Andromeda. I disagree with that. I thought giving us a non-Shepard protagonist was fantastic. I loved it. I thought it was amazing. It explores a post-Reaper war setting, a revived dark energy plotline, and I'm not necessarily sure what dark energy is. I will have to wait for either more details or the release of the game, either way. And potential connections to Andromeda's remnant tech. That was another thing with Andromeda, brand new, that they just introduced that I fucking love, is the remnant that they introduced as the antags. They were interesting, they were fun, provided a lot of great storylines, A lot of fantastic and fun to play through fucking like main quest and side quests. I thought the Remnant was a great addition to the lore. The canon ending is actually the third ending that you can only get with the DLC ending, or the DLC content, Scotsman, for Mass Effect 3. And that's the one where, again, spoilers, if you have not played the DLC content of Mass Effect 3, you will not necessarily know this. So if you don't want to hear this, then please turn your volume or whatever down for a moment. That is your warning. No, the Destroy ending is not the canon ending. The canon ending is where basically everyone becomes cybernetic. They become cyborgs of some kind. It's where the melding of technology and biology become one for everything and everybody. That is the official canon ending to Mass Effect 3. And it is the only ending you can get with the DLC content. You have to have it to get the canon ending. You have to have the DLC for Mass Effect 3 to get that particular ending. Like everything I've seen, everything I've read says that that is the proper canon ending to the Mass Effect trilogy.
For what it's worth, I think you should consider undergoing the therapy.
And again, it's an ending
Anyway, it's my child.
that
It's
can
my decision.
only be gotten if you get all of the DLC content for Mass Effect 3.
But what if?
Matter of fact, Scotsman, I'm going to be playing
The condition.
this trilogy all the way through to its completion. I will show you that ending in Mass Effect 3. So, start showing up in my streams. I'm here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Then you'll know you did all you could to keep your baby
4
safe.
p.m. Central, 5 Eastern to about 10 Central,
Don't
11
you
Eastern.
understand? I can't lose this baby.
I will show you the canon ending.
This is all
It
I
is
have
not
left
the
of him.
Destroy ending.
And you and that baby are all I have left of Jacob. I can't lose you. Either of you. Not after this.
Then why
You
didn't
may have
say
actually
that
seen
instead
it
of yelling
and
at
don't
me?
remember it.
I was scared. I'm sorry.
If it means that much to you, if you trust that it's the right thing, I'll do the therapy. Thank you so much. I guess we needed an outside person to talk some sense into both of us.
Alright, now I need to go find the Emporium. Oh, I am a hop, skip, and a jump from the Emporium. Here we go. Here's who I need to talk to.
Spectre? Hello, Spectre. I have a business proposition for you.
How did you know I'm a Spectre?
Word travels. Your name comes up in certain circles. I'm acquainted with a pair of powerful crime bosses.
Pokeballs
They're
out.
hiding on remote worlds, and I have the coordinates. You could do the galaxy a favor.
What kind of defenses would these two have?
I haven't the faintest idea, but they're certain to be armed. Their partnership's soured, and each believes that the other intends to kill him. They will be well prepared.
I eliminate them, and then you take over and try to eliminate me. How stupid do I look?
While I appreciate your estimation of my bravado, I have no intention of attempting to murder you. You are the first human Spectre, and you are doing important work for humanity. I have no interest in red sand or slavery. Anyone who does deserves to die. Our needs are aligned.
You're obviously with them. Why don't I just arrest you instead?
Arrested for what? You and I are simply having a conversation.
Got a
I have
point.
excellent legal representation. Arresting me would be a waste of your time.
Which of the other endings? There are 3 endings in Mass Effect 3.
And what do you get out of this?
We share interests in certain cooperative
There's
ventures.
the Destroy ending,
But their
the
business
canon
practices have
ending,
forced me to
and then
terminate
there's the
our
3rd ending.
relationship. Once they are dead, I will manage our organization in a more tasteful manner.
What crimes did these men commit?
They're red sand dealers who
4?
make
Are
victims
you?
of their customers.
I'd have to
Those
look
who
that
can
up
no
because
longer
I only
pay
know
are
a
sold
3
to
because
the
you're
carrier
presented
as
with,
slaves.
without
They
the
loathe
DLC content,
hurting
you're
innocent
presented
people.
with,
They must be ended.
as I remember it, and I might be misremembering, you're presented with 2 options. If you don't have the DLC content, don't meet the conditions for the correct canon ending. But the DLC content gave you the canon ending, which melds technology with biology, creating a new hybrid species for everybody. Everybody becomes a hybrid species, essentially a cyborg.
If they're as bad as you say they are, they need to be dealt with.
Excellent. Here are the coordinates. When these men are dead, I will wait for you at the 3rd set of coordinates.
I don't remember
Goodbye,
a 4th
Commander.
ending.
It's been a pleasure to meet you.
Who do you work for? President of the United States. No! You work for the people of the United States. You take an oath to the people of this country. You should be fired because you work for the people, not the president. None of us work for the president. Why do you think the agency was created because of the president? Congress created the agency.
That might be true. We'll have to wait and see how the game plays out.
Welcome to Presidium Tourism, the statue you see before you. In the aftermath of the Krogan rebellions, several embassies petitioned...
Tell me more about...
For a full century, the Council...
You needed the Krogans.
I am sorry, but that question is beyond my programming parameters.
Why did the Council...
Unfortunately, the Krogan refused to...
Yeah, but that could mean almost anything.
The Krogan then
Since the...
That's all for now.
Thank you for using Avina. Have a pleasant
Since
day.
according to the information that I was able to look up,
We did not remove materials from the website. We put it in an archive. So you didn't remove the Know Your Right. You archived the Know Your Rights for veterans. You archived it. We archived. You archived the Know Your Rights, Russell, for veterans. You guys can get all upset all you want. He doesn't work for the president.
states that it's going to bridge the gap between ME3 and Andromeda. That leaves a lot of room for story interpretation. Making assumptions about what the game's going to entail and not entail.
Understand why a computer system catastrophically overloaded recently. Technicians are reportedly unsure of what caused the malfunction.
In terms of story,
designed to do. CSEC is investigating the possible vandalism or misuse of public property.
At this point, at best, incredibly premature. I am going to not make assumptions
Logged.
about what the official story
stands relieved
of Mass Effect 5 is going to be until we have enough concrete details that making those assumptions is worth doing.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Right now, we just don't know enough about the storyline. I get where you're coming from, Scotsman.
We had differences of opinion, sir. I hope she at least believed my sincerity.
I get that you're one of the majority of the fandom that wants it to basically be a copy-paste of 1 through 3. But based on currently available information...
How angry was the council?
About what you'd expect. Don't worry too much about it.
I don't think it will be.
I won't keep you any longer. Fifth Fleet out.
I think it will certainly contain elements of Mass Effect 1 through 3 and that story. But I also believe that it's going to be relatively different from that as well. Oh, God, where was she? Like, I think Shepard might get reference. I think the story of Shepard will be a plot line, maybe a major plot line for ME5. But I don't believe at this point Shepard's in the game. Based on the currently available information. Now, that said, again, I want to reiterate that what I'm seeing, there's not a lot of information about the game. They're keeping details of the story close to their chest, and I actually applaud them for it. I think it's smart that they're going to keep details of the storyline close to their chest. But until we know more, we cannot... Realistically, we cannot state definitively anything about the game beyond what we know definitively. And what we definitively know right now is not very much. I don't think it's been definitively declared whether or not the character Shepard officially in lore is male or female as regards Commander Shepard. I don't know that there's been a canon decision on that made. Now, if there has, that's great. Like, that's fantastic. But I don't know that the creators of the lore for Mass Effect have definitively decided whether the character Shepard is male or female as regards canon. Game devs add details like that all the time, to be fair. And as often as not, if not more often than not, those details don't really mean shit. He doesn't necessarily... The character of Shepard doesn't have to be a part of it. There is nothing right now that's been released that I've been able to see that says Shepard is in any way, shape, or form a part of Mass Effect 5. Nothing I've seen thus far states definitively that Shepard is a part of that game as anything other than an abstract.
Commander, I'm picking up some strange readings. Really strange, like off the damn charts. It looks like it's coming from an underground complex a few clicks away from the drop zone.
Yeah, but you're looking at theories, dude, based on incredibly incomplete information. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. Right now, the amount of information we have for Mass Effect 5 is a molehill. It's fucking tiny, and it doesn't really say shit. We don't know that Shepard will be anything more than a mention in Mass Effect 5. It may just, like, honestly, right now, based on what I see, which I will again reiterate is not very much because they haven't released a whole lot of information yet about the story for ME5. Based on what little information they have released, the most likely outcome for any participation the character of Shepard has in the storyline, that as far as I can see it, based on what little information of the storyline has currently been released, is that Shepard will play little, if any, part in the storyline. They've said that the new protagonist is a brand new protagonist, which means you will not play as Shepard. That comment right there definitively states you will not be playing as Commander Shepard in ME5 because they said that the protagonist is brand new. So we know you do not play as Commander Shepard. We also know that right now, as much as you try to fucking argue otherwise, Scotsman, the folks responsible for the creation of lore in Mass Effect have stated definitively that the melding of biological and technological life into a single life form is the current canon ending to Mass Effect 3. That is official lore. Until if and when that gets retconned, assuming it ever does, that will remain the canon ending to Mass Effect 3. That ending will have to be retconned somehow to make it the non-canon ending to Mass Effect 3. You are making a shit ton of fucking assumptions based on a sliver of information about the new Mass Effect game. And frankly, I gotta be honest here, I don't see where your leaps of logic make sense. I don't see how you're making them. Because technically speaking, if you do the canon ending in Mass Effect 3, and if you make sure that you get all the possible resources and you have overwhelming military force, and you do the canon ending where mechanical and biological life merge across the spectrum, Shepard lives. Shepard survives in that ending. I've seen it. Shepard lives in that ending. That is the canon ending. So it would be easy enough for Shepard to have survived to the events of Mass Effect 5. Assuming, of course, that those events in Mass Effect 5 take place within a reasonable span of time that a human in Mass Effect, given the technological levels, could live to. We know that it is possible for humans in Mass Effect to survive upwards of about maybe 300 years. And by the end of Mass Effect 3, Shepard is, I think, late 30s to mid 40s. So there's at least 150 to 250 years, give or take, for Shepard to survive and live after the canon ending of Mass Effect 3. And that's the point I'm making here. We don't know how far in advance of the end of the events of Mass Effect 3, Mass Effect 5 will be set in. We know Andromeda is somewhere around 400 to 500 years after those events. We know that ME5 is going to bridge the gap between ME3 and Andromeda. So, that means that the events of Mass Effect 3 will play a part, certainly, but so will the events of Mass Effect Andromeda. Given that information, it is reasonable to make the educated guess that the events of Mass Effect 4 will most likely take place at least a few hundred years after the events of Mass Effect 3. Because it's bridging the gap between ME3 and Andromeda. So I think it is reasonable to make the educated guess that ME5 will most likely be set somewhere between 200 to 400 years after the events of Mass Effect 3. Which would mean that it's also during the build-up period for the events in Mass Effect Andromeda. Now, I don't know if that's true. Again, we don't know the exact timeline for where Mass Effect 5 fits into the lore storyline of Mass Effect itself. I am making a reasonably educated guess based on available information, and that guess could easily change as more information is given to the public about the storyline of Mass Effect 5. But if I'm even close to right, the likelihood of playing as Shepard is very low. I don't believe Shepard will be more than historical reference in Mass Effect 5 at this point, based on the information we have available. Any storyline that is described in the game that relates to Shepard will most likely be told from Liara's point of view. That said, none of the information I have seen has, at this point, contradicted the actual canon ending. You keep trying to push the theory, and I have to stress the word theory, that the destroy ending is now the canon ending for Mass Effect 3. Nothing I have seen or read thus far, nothing at all, says that. So, at this point, I am going to go by what the actual fucking creators of the lore are saying. The canon ending is the ending that merges biological and technological life. They have stated that already. Until if and when that changes, that is the canon ending to the story of Mass Effect 3. Because that is what the creators of the lore have stated definitively is the canon ending. Now, can that change with the events of Mass Effect 5? Sure, it's possible. It's possible. I'm not saying that canon ending will remain the ending in canon for Mass Effect 3 after Mass Effect 5 comes out. Actually, it makes perfect sense. Because think about this. What was the Reaper's motivation? The advancement of themselves by the culling of biological life forms. They would allow them to live and thrive and whatnot for a X amount of years. Then they would kill them. They would harvest their tech and their biological information, and they would retreat. And they would repeat the cycle. The cycle was intended to eventually create a perfect hybrid life form for the Reapers. That was the intention. It wasn't stated in those terms, but it was very heavily insinuated throughout the playing of Mass Effect 1 through 3, and then re-insinuated and confirmed by the events of Mass Effect Andromeda. Because even the Reapers understood that their cycle eventually had to end. Yeah, and the canon ending stops the cycle, dude. The canon ending merges mechanical life into one form of life, biological life, and then combines that mechanical life and that biological life into a fucking perfect being. That is not the destroy ending. I don't know how you don't fucking understand that. The goddamn fucking creators have stated definitively that the only fucking canon ending is the one that merges mechanical and biological life. How many times do I have to fucking say it? Right now, that is officially the canon ending to Mass Effect 3. Period. My God, do you not listen? Do you not listen and have the capacity to comprehend what I'm saying? I am going to say this clearly. And if you can't fucking understand it after I'm done, that's on you and it's your fucking problem. Not mine. The official canon ending, as stated by the creators of the lore for Mass Effect, is the merging of biological and mechanical life into a brand new form of cybernetic life that mixes biology and technology. This is the stated official canon ending by the lore of the creators of Mass Effect. The people who write the fucking lore have said that is the canon ending to Mass Effect 3. That is what broke the cycle with the Reapers. Because the Reapers are mechanical life forms. their entire goal was to break their cycle eventually and create the perfect life form. One that merges mechanical and biological life. That's the canon ending that you get with the fucking DLC content in fucking Mass Effect 3. Now, Andromeda is set in a section of the universe, or the universe of Mass Effect, that was not affected by the canon ending events of Mass Effect 3. It was also very close to the edge of space that gave birth to the Reapers and the Collectors. That much we know. So, we also know that the canon ending, the merging of biological and technological life, only spread out so far and no further. It did not reach the section of the universe where the events of Andromeda were set, because there wasn't enough power to do so. So everybody in that galaxy, in that section of galaxies in the Mass Effect universe, were unaffected by the events of the end of Mass Effect 3, where in canon, as stated by the creators of the lore, technological and biological life merged into essentially a form of cybernetic life. Think of it, here's a good example. If you know Star Wars, you remember the assistant that Lando Calrissian had on Bespin, who was part biological and part mechanical. It was a form of merged life that mixed technological with biological. That is the type of life form, more or less, that was created by the canon ending as set forth by the actual creators of the Mass Effect lore. That is basically the type of life we got with that canon ending. They're essentially a form of cyborg now in the main section of the Mass Effect universe, where the events of Mass Effects 1 through 3 took place. But again, the power that created that merging of biological and technological life, which also broke the cycle of the Reapers, because now the perfect life form is created, did not have the power to reach the area of the universe where Andromeda is set. So there are still Reapers in Andromeda. They are talked about very heavily in Andromeda as being associated with and even possibly behind the Remnant. It's not explicitly stated, yes, the Reaper still exists in Andromeda, but it is very heavily implied. This is part of the reason, actually the main reason, I want more games that continue the story started in Andromeda. I want to figure out what the fuck happened there. Because we do not get a definitive ending to the events and the plot lines presented in Andromeda. That's why I'm kind of mad that Mass Effect 5 will not continue that per se. It will touch on it. We know that. But it will not necessarily continue those stories and plot lines. That pisses me off. And frankly, and you can get mad, but here's the bottom line. 99.9% of the fucking Mass Effect fan base who, quote unquote, dislikes or even hates Andromeda are fucking idiots. Because the arguments they present that allegedly bolster why they don't are bullshit. They are pure, utter bullshit. The only real reason, and you may not be willing to admit to this to yourself on a conscious level, although I believe you understand this unconsciously, the only real fucking reason you hate Mass Effect Andromeda is because you, for whatever retarded reason, wanted Mass Effect 4 to be a copy and paste of Mass Effects 1 through 3. You didn't want something new to add and expand to the fucking lore, and you don't want to fucking understand that the true canon ending, as stated by the fucking developers of Mass Effect canon, basically ended the stories that were presented from 1 through 3 in Mass Effect. That there really isn't anywhere else to fucking go. They needed something new, they needed something fresh, they needed something interesting, and they needed something that could connect to 1 through 3, but wasn't a copy and paste of 1 through 3. And they knew that. Fans like myself, who have proper fucking comprehension skills, understood that, having played through 1 through 3 multiple times, having listened and understood what the goddamn fucking lore creators themselves have stated is the fucking canon ending. You keep saying, well, it doesn't make sense this, it doesn't make sense that. I don't give a fuck if it makes sense to you. I don't fucking care if you think it makes sense or not. I'm going by what the goddamn fucking lore creators have said. Because they are the fucking final authority. So until if and when, and it's a big if and a big possible when, the events of Mass Effect 5 change what the official canon ending to 3 is, I will go by what the creators of the fucking lore have said definitively is the end canon for Mass Effect 3. I'm going to take their word over your bullshit theories. That's the way it's going to be. You feel free to disagree. Like, I don't care if you do or not. I'm going by what they say is the official lore ending. And that is what the creators of the Mass Effect lore have stated is the definitive final ending to Mass Effect 3. The merging of technological and biological life. That breaks the Reaper cycle by creating what the Reapers wanted all along, which is the perfect being. It's the only reason that the Reapers continued their cycle the way they did. The Reapers themselves have stated as much. So, believe what you want. But your belief doesn't mean shit. And you need to understand that. Because I go by what the official lore creators have said. And the official creators of the lore have stated definitively that the actual canon ending is the merging of biological and technological life. That is what they have said. Definitively. I don't fucking care if you think it makes sense or not. I don't. Because I know it makes sense. I actually understand the lore that is presented in the games. I've read the lore. I understand all of it. And I'm able to read between the lines and fucking understand what is being said, but not said in those terms. And that's where you're having your problem, Scotsman. You're not being able to read between the fucking lines and fully comprehend what is said without being said in those terms, using those specific words. It's not that fucking hard, dude. You can argue with me all day. You're not going to be right because you're not fucking right. We both know it. You just don't want to admit to it. Now we're going to raid out to Ophelia Cyber, who is also playing Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Looks like she's in Mass Effect 2 right now. So, be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties wherever you happen to be from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the viewers or the streamers you watch, all right? We really appreciate it. It 100% makes our day. As streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers. Because while we can do this job without them, it wouldn't be any fun, and frankly, what the fuck would be the point? All right, I will be back, guaranteed, on Tuesday. So I will see you motherfuckers then. Until then, this is your immortal Sith Emperor signing off, saying, see you later, fuckers.